didn't mean to pop up immediately. I thought I was going to be hitting on the studio. But hello from the Blue Jays game. Maddie will be here soon. Hi. It might be loud, just an FYI.
Across true line, have a hopeful vision for the future.
Can you hear me fine?
Of true reconciliation. Jay's care and the Toronto Blue Jays are on to work with, learn from, and partner
It's very,
with more than
it's very loud, yeah. Okay.
As we join them in celebrating
Very loud.
Okay, all right. Well, very quickly, and then I'll hop off. Draft Michael Mayer at 37. Thank you.
There you go. It's funny how, Ty, you're able to turn up on time, and Griff, that's beyond him.
Right?
You're at a baseball game.
He can't do it remotely, but I'm out here at the Blue Jays Mariners game, and I show up. Griff, what the hell? Also,
You're out here working.
I gotta stop you guys from killing one another too.
Yeah, like metaphorically.
Metaphorically speaking, of course. Yes.
We're gonna get demonetized with your music.
That's why I'm trying to mute in between.
What song is it?
I don't know, some shitty Imagine Dragons.
Whoa, there we go. Look at that.
Hey.
Hello. Ty, you're benched.
Yeah. But...
Hang on. Did you just call Imagine Dragons, the Imagine Dragons, shitty?
Yes, I did.
That's not very nice.
It's facts, though. It's facts. They're playing Lil Nas X now. All right.
Oh, great. Yeah. Real good. Yep.
There we go. Here. Say hi to... Oh, wait.
Live baseball.
Hey, there's Ty France right there.
Hope they hit some dingers.
Yeah.
Hang on, though.
What's that?
It's just Toronto, right? Who are they playing?
It's the Mariners and the Blue Jays.
Oh, it is the Mariners.
Yeah. Look, I'm repping right now.
Well, I didn't know if that was just like, it's baseball, everyone's friendly thing.
No, I'm not a sicko. I'm not that guy that goes to like a Seahawks Falcons game wearing like a Patriots jersey. You know?
Yeah, true. Now they're playing Kendrick.
No, they're playing Drake. They're playing Jumpman.
Oh, I can't hear.
All right, so draft Mayer at 37, please. It's probably, like, if I had to predict, though, if they stay at 37.
I thought it was Damn. Are you sure it's not Damn? Like, given the...
That's definitely Jumpman. Now they're doing some weird, like, DJ shit.
Blame the DJ.
Yeah. So, I think it's going to be Keon White, though.
Keon White.
Gut feel it's going to be Keon White.
Interesting.
What do you think?
Well, I was hoping that Griff would be here by now, but if that's good. Mute yourself. Yeah, that's a good idea because then it's a good feed, you know. So what I would say also, big time audience here. What I would say is Mike Florio reported that various teams are trying to trade back into the first round for a quarterback. It was like the Falcons, the Titans. So 37, which already is better given Miami's shenanigans. 37 is already better because now suddenly Seattle is in the situation where, oh my word, a live anthem. Seattle's in a situation where Will Levis, maybe even Hendon Hooker could go before 37, which really makes 37 basically a first round pick, a late first, but it's fully in that range. As Ty, well, this is probably the Canadian anthem. So, nope, it's the good old American anthem. There you go.
God bless America.
How lovely.
Do you guys want to hear it? Everyone rise and remove your caps before the start of the NFL draft. Everyone's here Canadian, so. This is what you come to expect from the Seattle Overload podcast, baby. This is what you all came for. Okay, Maddie, continue what you were saying.
Okay, well, that was lovely. Anyway, as I was saying, the quarterback thing is a potential bonus for Seattle. Baltimore feels very, very interesting. In terms of where Mayer might go. I know they have a tight end, but if you think of that offense and how they've been drafting and acquiring talent. But if not, like, Seattle picks before Baltimore, like, how many teams are actually going to have a shot at Mayer in front of Seattle if there is these two quarterbacks going before? Even one of the quarterbacks, everything helps. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about before we get started is, as Griffin is tweeting, everyone not harass. Let's not encourage that. At Griffin on Twitter and ask him where he is. It's very rude. But the other fact I wanted to talk about is, it seems, and I wrote an article about this, I will self-promote my work in the chat. It seems like they are going for a best player available kind of strategy, which they said they would do pre-draft. And they said about John Schneider in particular was very open about how mistakes in the past had been reaching for players, pushing them up into a needy kind of position when they didn't perhaps need to. And I do wonder, like, how do you do that in this draft when you have such an obvious need at interior defensive line? Obviously, they held off round 1, round 2. Pick 1, pick 2. How does the interior defensive line? Because there's a lot of guys still there. Like, do they have a guy that they just like in day 3, or is there a dude who satisfies kind of both? Because what was nice about last year, on the surface, you say last year was drafting for need, but actually, if you think about it a bit more, was it? Because think about what they kind of said and did, and their needs, they had a lot of needs, and then the players that they took were actually players who were just there. Like, apparently, they wanted to take Sauce Gardner and would have taken him. At the time, left cornerback was kind of a need, and they waited off on outside cornerback until Tariq Woolen way in the 5th. They had Charles Cross, he landed in their laps. They had Boye Mafe, he landed in their laps, right in the middle of that ledge of guys after Arnold Epiketi, before the other person I'm blanking on. They had, then they took Kenneth Walker. We're thinking they need a right tackle now. Let's not wait. Abraham Lucas is out there. Or even they needed a quarterback. They didn't draft a quarterback because they didn't like it even. They didn't force that need. Abraham Lucas, they thought, we're going to take the best player available, which was Kenneth Walker. And everyone was like, do you really need to do that for Rashad Penny? Okay, Penny's durability, as it proved, was highly, questionable. But I think a lot of people, you can see our live reactions from last year when they took Walker. They were like, what are they doing? I was excited. Griff wasn't. Ty, I think you were just laughing at everyone. But
no, they're doing they're honoring Teoscar Hernandez, who's making his first appearance in Toronto.
Oh, that's nice. How about this? You get live baseball coverage and live draft coverage.
I'll compensate the game while we're doing this draft. Actually,
yeah,
I'm gonna hop out for a bit, but I'm I'm gonna keep an eye on the draft. I'll probably pop in real quick after the pick. All right.
Love. Well, 51. Griff is leaving me again.
Right.
So,
right.
Come on for that.
What is he doing again? He's going on some show, right?
No, no free ads.
No free ads.
No
right,
free
right.
ads.
But Griffin is going on an undisclosed podcast, I believe.
Yeah, he's leaving me again.
Okay. All right. Love you.
Love you too. Enjoy the game. Maybe you have some nice soda.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Very nice soda right here.
Nice.
It's water. It's water. All right. Bye, guys.
I mean, it basically tastes like that. Yep. Bye.
I don't want to end the broadcast. Okay. Bye.
Okay. Have we all atted Griff, chat? Because if you don't at Griff, then Griff might not turn up. Demonetized? No, don't say that. Imagine. There's a slim chance. I mean, I think we could fight it with the fact that I felt Jumpman sounded like damn. Anyway, chat, who are you hoping they take? I know there's talk about Trenton Simpson, Drew Sanders, inside linebacker types. Those are so projecty that I get scared. But maybe I'm just a coward. Maybe I should trust them to coach them up. I just feel like, okay, there's a need at inside linebacker, but if they really are doing this best player available thing, that feels forced, especially at 37. Like, really? Like, are you telling me that those guys are as ready for the NFL as like a Jordan Brooks was and they picked him in the 20s? Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly what. That's exactly correct, Ruark. Yeah. John Schneider mentioned in one of his Thursday interviews they didn't consider need after Maffei last year. Exactly. They were really just, I think, like with hindsight as well, and obviously Schneider's comments, I think they were considering that. You know, they were just going for those best player availables, and they just happened to kind of fit the need. Also, the roster was very needy at the time, but none of those picks felt forced. We at the end we were like, oh, that they've ended up with quite a lot of good players here, and none of them feel like reaches. Like even with Walker and the discussion about running back value, they didn't do that in the first round. They waited that out. He ended up lasting. Maybe this year they had a similar kind of plan, given the need at running back. There's still a number of guys remaining, but Jahmyr Gibbs, you know, they might have had their eyes on. He's their kind of explosive, dynamic player. That would have been a fun thing, but wow, he went early. But if you want to look at a team and they're getting panned across the league, across the national discussion, the Lions, they have gone and got guys who they clearly really liked, but positional value wise, and is that forcing a player into a spot that they don't belong? Probably, right? Like Jack Campbell, Jahmyr Gibbs, would they have been there in the second round? Possibly. Gibbs is slightly different because he's such an explosive, dynamic player. And if he had WR next to his name rather than RB, maybe he'd be a bit of a higher pick, not a higher pick, but he'd be able to justify that a bit easier with fans. And it'll be interesting to see how they use him in Detroit, actually. Too early for Titman, Chris asks. Well, he is center one, right? Like, so maybe not. Just value-wise, I'd be surprised if Seattle does that based on their drafting of centers in the past and just the way they treat that position. But maybe they change. I mean, I'm still pleasantly surprised that they went and got a wide receiver 3 at 20. Like, I just thought they'd always take second round, third round flyers. I thought we'd end up in Seattle with a Jaden Reed or a Tyler Scott. We still might, but like the fact that they went that high on a Jackson Smith in Jigba, very cool, very cool. So yeah, maybe not. I mean, I think for 37, I think maybe the first center goes in the 40s, right? So I know in a lot of the mock sims, they kept going in the 40s. Titman better than Whitepler, Tamas asks. I think so. I think so. If Seattle keeps doing best player available, I wouldn't be surprised if they take Mayer at 37, says Brian. I mean, logically, that makes sense. Because 37 is a weird spot, because like how many of these guys would they have taken at 20, right? I would like to think Mayer. I know he didn't test great. I know it's a tight end, so again, there's the positional value discussion. But like, we'd have been happy with Mayo at 20. I know Griffin and I would have, and Ty. Like, we like Mayo a lot. Let's look at the draft order. I need to refamiliarize myself with who is next on the clock. But yeah, that if you're just joining, that report from Florio about teams trading up to go get a quarterback, considering trying to trade back up into the first round, that's big now, because as I get up the actual order, if this site loads, so one, Will Levis is probably going to go, or even Hendon Hooker as well, right? And then suddenly Seattle's pick gets even tastier. Brian says, I'm surprised at how high so many people are on Mayer. He seems slow to me, and I feel like pass catchers lauded for their contested catch skills do not do well in the league. I kind of get what you're saying, Brian, but he's not slow when it matters. Like in the short areas, his ability to kind of step on dudes' toes and separate in those spaces is different. Like I didn't see as many contested catch skills. Like he gets open, it's not like he's not blanketed on these catches, which is like a good tight end, right? Like not many tight ends separate like a Kelsey. Mayer's he can do everything, and you can tell he has a hoops background, and also he gets really open on the kind of routes that Gino likes, the Seahawks use, and add in his blocking as well. Chris says if they draft the tight end, Fant would almost have to be moved. Yeah, definitely a thing. Now, obviously, you don't really like the fact that you're kind of dealing from a position of weakness in theory, but it would free up cap space. I don't think have to, but in terms of if you want to get Mayer playing time, yeah. Thing with the tight ends is obviously Colby Parkinson, last year of his deal, he's never really developed. Well, that's harsh. He has developed, but he's never become what his ceiling can be, I think. And at what point is it going to happen? Will Disley, unique injury? I don't know. They've been very kind of secretive about that. Like they said he's fine, but no surgery on it. Okay, so Pittsburgh, then Arizona, Detroit, Indy, the Rams, and then Seattle. Wow. Well, that is interesting. Indy might give Anthony Richardson Mayer, pass catcher. Can Detroit and Dan Campbell resist it? Detroit's a possible spot as well to go and get a Will Levis, right? Mac asks thoughts on Gervin Dexter, and if that is a reach you would feel comfortable with at 53. Personally, no, Mac. I wouldn't be comfortable with that. Really inconsistent. Obviously, he tested amazing, but like tape-wise, it's tough. It is tough. Names I'd look for is Cameron Young, and that's like a day 3 pick from, or maybe even a UDFA. He meets all their measurables out of Mississippi State. He strikes guys well, plays the run hard. Obviously not much in the pass rush aspects. But yeah, the fact he tested well enough, and they sent guys down to Mississippi State. I mean, they send guys everywhere, but that's kind of like an under the radar thing, I'd say. Brian says if he can maintain that separation at the next level, Oh, Griff has just told us he's 25 minutes out, but a real 25, which is 9 minutes ago. So Griff is going to be just in time for Seattle's pick, I imagine. Steelers on the clock. There's no way Levis falls to 37 right from Seda. I mean, there is, but surely not. I saw a report that his toe he hurt his toe, and the work he had done on that might have to be redone, or he might have to have surgery on it or something. Pittsburgh, surely Joey Porter Jr., right? It's written in the stars. And where does Brian Branch go? Because he's a really good football player. He's just not athletic, testing wise, and he's small. So people get scared, I guess. But this is live because we don't have Ty for me. We don't have Ty spoiling the picks. I'm not going to search Twitter. It's live. Hooch Sniper, with the new pass rush coach, who do you think they might target as a project? Thank you so much for the donation. Appreciate you. I would say Isaiah Foskey, Hooch Sniper. Now, he's a 4-3 end, kind of. But the reason I say him is BT Jordan, who the Seahawks hired as their pass rush specialist. He did a lot of pre-draft work with Foskey. So that's a name to look out for. Tested really well. And if Seattle is moving towards, well, not moving towards, but they're going to run a bit more bare under, Foskey might be that kind of dude. He can play 5-tech with an outside linebacker, setting the edge to his outside. So like over a tackle. But like maybe like as a third round, if because the way that this shakes out is the outside linebackers after like Will McDonald's gone, right? Nolan Smith's gone. Ojulari tested poorly. And then it's like a bunch of, well, let's talk about edge defenders in general. So there's like loads of 4-3 ends. And then there's I don't like intriguing athletic guys, but in terms of like actual tape or not sometimes their fault. Like, I always get the two mixed up and I shouldn't. But the Louisville edge rusher, not Diaby, the other Louisville. They play these guys so much inside, like as a 4-eye, because they need length at that position. And in these defenses, obviously you'd want someone who's 280, 290 doing that. But only the Georgias and Alabamas have that thing. Yeah, Abdullah, thank you very much. I forgot, blanking on his first name. Is it Yasir? But he's he plays inside, and like in the NFL, he might play a bit inside, but he won't be mirror stepping like he does. He's more like a 5-tech type who's not quite big enough. It's these defenses, they're playing a different sport in college. Not like a worse sport, just what college defenses need to combat college offenses and what they face, and also what they can acquire from a recruiting standpoint, is just nothing like the NFL. I would guess Porter Jr. too. I would agree with that. But yeah, please do keep the questions coming, especially given that I'm riding solo. How would I feel about Steve Avila at 37 to compete at right guard, or do we feel good about Haynes, seeing as Seattle paid him just about starting money? From Mac. Great question, Mac. Thank you. I'd feel fine about that. Now, Avila spent most of his football at left guard. I love the idea of having a guy who can play guard and center. Kind of two birds with one stone. Sure, you could take a center down the line, but that versatility is something Seattle's coveted too. And what I'd say about that as well is, yeah, Haynes got kind of starter money, but they need competition and depth in those areas. They lost Gabe Jackson. Like, what is there? They definitely need to push Phil Haynes. I need to go back and watch him still. Like, I know he graded out well in analytics wise, like ESPN pass rush win rate and run block win rate relatively for his pay and stuff. But like, for him to hold down a starting job for the full season, he was basically a part-time starter last year, right? But yeah, you got to push him. And Avia, I like he displaces people. Is the best way to put it. He's also got pretty good feet, stay square, solid player. Yeah, so we'll have to see. And I think he tested all right. Oh, thank you, Chris. Thank you for the donation. What's your read on scheme for 2023? Any changes? So, in like a grand sense, so like in terms of like 3-4, so 3 defensive linemen, 4 linebackers, they won't change that. Okay, they're still going to be a 3-4 in terms of the way that they've rostered the personnel. But in terms of scheme, like, I think you just have to look at what went wrong last year as Pittsburgh take Joey Porter Jr. What went wrong last year was they were running too much of certain fronts, which were difficult, and not running enough of the other fronts, which are easier for their players. So I think that's the tweak. I think they'll run more bare fronts, more under fronts, and less of the kind of 2-4-5 nickel even front, and more of the kind of nickel bare 3-3-5 front. So it won't be massive drastic changes. It will just be tweaking what they've got, I think. Like, for instance, the Witherspoon pick, that doesn't signify much of a coverage change. He actually really fits the current coverages and techniques that they're using. Yeah, we've spoke about this quite a bit on other podcasts as well, which I know is not helpful to you right now. But like, it's something we've kind of theorized. Like, when it was going wrong last year, they tried to change like what they were doing front wise. They did well out of it for a bit. Then they didn't. I think because they hadn't planned to do that to start off with, they didn't really have the layers required. Like, really, what I'd say, Chris, is go back to what Ken Norton Jr. did in 2021. Yes, that's with 4-3 personnel, but they were still running these 3-4 style fronts. Watch what he did. Like, I did a video on my YouTube, actually, the Packers game. Watch that video, watch what they did in the Packers game, and see why bare fronts are important. Basically, they'll lean more on what they did in 2021. And my point was about the layers. To combat certain weaknesses of those fronts, you can move your front. You can fire zone, so send 5 guys and move the front to take away some run concepts and bootlegs and counters that offenses have for that. And I think because Seattle in 2022 kind of stumbled into it late and moved the way they were playing technique-wise up front, I think they didn't have those counters ready. I think they couldn't get into it. So Arizona might be trying to trade down for a team trying to jump ahead of Detroit for Will Levis. Is that, or a quarterback, possibly? I see Misfit saying they're milking the clock. But you tried to catch me out, Misfit. That's it's a sneaky. Nice try. Nice try. Oh, the Titans traded up. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So this will be for us trying to snipe Detroit, even though Detroit may have not taken a quarterback. This will be for Levis or Hooker. And again, lovely for Seattle, because basically, the way I see it, that 37 pick, which is basically 36 anyway, is now 35. So thank you, Russell Wilson. And will Detroit go for a quarterback too? Also, people who's asked about Griffin, he's fine. He's just late. He's should be here in 4 minutes. If he's not here in 4 minutes, he lied to all of us. Not just you, but me, and not just me, but you. Almost guaranteed someone was going to trade up for him. Yeah, yeah. As I said, like Mike Florio reported that teams were trying to do it in the back half of that first round. I guess the price was just not quite right. Oh, there's Vrabel looking happy. That is cool. I don't know who that lady is on the phone in the Tennessee draft room, but wearing an Oilers hat. Are they bringing that back? Have they got new uniforms? Everyone seems to have new uniforms. The Bears got Griff. You know what? He's been playing with Bears. He's been and Cougars. Yep, true. They might have got him. Yeah, Matthew, you're right. Arizona is amassing picks, and that's kind of what they need to do, right? Like they have so many holes on their roster. It will be interesting to see what they end up with draft wise. I can't even remember who they've picked. So they're so ugly, man. Are we talking about Bears here or Tennessee Titans uniforms? Okay. Yeah, there's part of me like it's fun on the mock sims when you just keep trading down with Seattle's picks and you can't start amassing like future picks. That would have been cool to, especially in this type of draft, to amass a future pick in 2024. But then there's no guarantee that will be high. The Titans drafted Levis or Hooker? Okay. Captain Mayo does tell me. Thank you, Kevin. That's quite a good pick. Given that Will Levis S2 testing was meant to go 2 overall, he now goes 2 overall in the second round. Good for him. Hopefully Detroit takes Hooker, right? That's the dream. Michael Mayer still out there. Shouldn't have said that, though, because now Indy will take him. Brian Branch is a Detroit-style player, isn't he? And I could see that in Indy as well. Chris Ballard loves those sorts of players. Okay, if Griff isn't here in a minute, he's late. Power arm. Okay, so who else do you want other than Mayer, chat? I know people are big on Keanu Benton. I personally didn't like his stuff. Okay. Misfit saying no. Oh, Darnell Washington. Okay, that's fine. Chat, you're trying to spoil it for me. I don't know who's been drafted. Laporta. That's fine. Laporta gave me very big Jacob Hollister vibes. He's very exciting in like the Yaki areas, but like he 10 years ago he'd have been a fullback. It's the kind of downfield separation skills and like route running that I was just like, not crafty. Could this be a mini tight end run? Brian, you want Darnell Washington. I mean, I kind of get it, but yeah. There's a lot of work to do with Washington. And Georgia has Bowers, right? The other tight end, and he is absolutely incredible. But like Washington, they played him less and less and less. But yeah, Laporta, like all of his highlights, and I've watched more as well, but all his highlights are like a tight end screen, angle route. You have to get him the ball out of the backfield pretty quick. Not sure about it downfield. This is true actually. This is another Lions pick, which is like higher than I think a lot of people expected. Go off, Brad Holmes. He's just drafting out here. But yeah, there's certain catches with Laporta where he gets kind of stuck in traffic. He's like a 0 to 5 yards player, like in terms of where you target him. And this whole Iowa thing of like, oh, he can block. I mean, that they just showed a highlight where he's blocking, but his blocking's not very good. Like, it's not. I don't understand. Like, well, I do understand, but like the whole, oh yeah, George Kittle could block. He went to Iowa, and yeah, Laporta cannot block as well. Trade, Misfit. You're ahead. You're Raiders. Raiders taking Hooker. Last of the quarterbacks or their tight ends that they get. They just need players, don't they? I don't know why they trade up if they. Well, they're in a weird spot. But yeah. Will Griffin make it back for the pick? At Griffin on Twitter. Oh yeah, and also, given I've got an ad break, let me post my article. See if Seattle sticks with this best player available thing, or the article is just a pointless article. That's not quite true. Well, that didn't work. Does the link work? That's my question. Misfit spoiling the picks. Misfit, how are you so ahead? Is this shams? Oh, I've just seen it. That's disappointing. Well, good player. Good player. Well, in theory, the best football player left now is Brian Branch. Would Seattle do that? I'm not so sure. I am not so sure. Safety is sort of a need, but like they signed Julian Love. Like, you don't know what's happening with Jamal Adams. And if they went and took Brian Branch, then that would lead to overreactions about what is actually going on with Jamal Adams' health. What did the who did the Rams trade? What did they get for that? Who did what did Las Vegas give up to do that? What did the Colts get? Because it was only a short trade up. Uh, 38 and 142. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, 141 here it says. A 5th round pick. Well. Best remaining players. Griffin's trying to get in apparently, but he's not here. Oh, here he is. Here's Griffin, right on time.
I might have the wrong link. So
yeah, who knows, Griff, if Michael Mayer would have lasted to the Seahawks if you'd actually been on time. I think it's your fault.
Dream is dead. It was only ever a dream. I dreamed a dream that was Michael Mayer. I'm no Anne Hathaway.
So, Griff, I was asking the chat. We've been having a great time without you, but
yeah.
I was asking the chat, would you take Brian Branch?
I mean, he is probably him and Brent's, maybe whoever the other corners are left are probably the best available, right?
And they can't take a corner.
No, and they're not going to. But I was just saying. Yeah, so if they were to take Branch, it would probably signal that they actually are really concerned about Jamal, because I feel like they just have too many DBs now. Yep. But if it wasn't connected to that, you know, you got to make it work somehow, because he is a really good football player. So, because I mean, we have to remember it's not just Jamal. Like Diggs is aging really well, but he's going to be 33. You know, so I just made that up. Is he 31 or 32?
Old.
I mean, technically he will be 33 eventually, so I'm not wrong.
Yeah, this is
he's 30. I'm way off. What the hell? Why did I?
He's 29. Why did I think he's 29 turning 30, right? Or is he 30?
He just turned 30 in January. No, Quandra's a spring chicken. What the hell am I talking about?
Just trying to end people's careers. Weird.
Yeah.
So names, you could take Keon White here. I don't think Branch makes sense. And you know what? The Rams taking Branch doesn't necessarily like that makes some sense. You could take Drew Sanders.
That makes a lot of sense for them.
You could take center here, which feels high. You could take Thule.
If they draft a linebacker right now, then they wasted the money they spent on Bobby and Bush, and that could have paid for Puna or Shelby. Or I just feel like that it's a total mismanagement of the remaining funds that they had to be really efficient with after the Draymond move.
I like the idea of BJ Ojulari here.
Yeah.
I know he didn't test
I like
well,
that too.
But
I like that too. Just trust the tape with him, because he's a speed rusher that is not necessarily a snap jumper. And that's always the big concern. Like, is he actually that fast? Is he timing the snap up? But nah, he's got traits. Just trust the tape on it.
The tape never hurt me. The thing also about Ojulari is, if we go to the SIS data hub, he has a pressure percentage of 14%, which is higher than other players.
You were going to say Will Anderson, weren't you?
No, Will Anderson got 15.
There you go.
But he played 4 so. Hey,
Yeah.
chat, no spoiling the picks. That's not nice. Let's play nice.
I should get the stream up and actually watch it, shouldn't I?
Yeah, apparently we're on the clock now. Seattle, that is. So the Rams took TCU guard Steve Avila.
Did they?
That's someone that I'd have liked in Seattle.
You know, I wasn't the biggest fan, but he's a good player. So
why weren't you the biggest fan?
Thought he was. I think he has bad feet. I think he's just
bad feet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from what I saw, I think he's incredibly strong. And when he faced defensive tackles that moved laterally well, I don't think he was as good.
I'm gonna go for a lucky toilet break.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna pay off.
Okay. So Maddie's leaving while we're on the clock. Now I have to carry the show. We're going to test the limits of my hosting ability. So because I'm really bad at that, I'm going to do what I do best, which is tell jokes. Top 70 knock knock jokes 2023. Knock knock. Who's there? Beats. Beats who? Beats me. Maddie, you came back too soon. I was in the middle of a set and you ruined it.
I've seen Seattle's pick.
Is it good or bad?
I can talk myself into it, but it's not great.
They took Really, man? All right, so I liked Hall in the 3rd round. He's probably, of the defensive linemen that are left and edge, you know, outside linebacker, probably like my 6th or 7th favorite.
Yeah. Where are we at with Derek with 1R? Where are we at with that?
That's fine.
Okay.
So he actually, I mean, he's a fluid mover. I think he's actually fairly coordinated and really well balanced and like smooth. It's just everything is running at like 80% of what you'd like him to be moving at, the speed and explosiveness and quickness, really, is how I saw it. He is well sized though. Like he's a legit 250 plus, you know, and so many of these guys in this class are lighter. Like he occasionally will go speed to power and really move guys. He can move guys better than, you know, Ojulari McDonald can, because weight matters. I'm glad that they didn't take KJ Henry or Byron Young here, because those guys are also better sized, but they're like 24, 25, and he's 21 or just turned 22. So there's some upside here. I'm trying to remember how he tested. He does have moves. He does have moves.
I'll tell you that. So he's only 22 years old, which is good. He has the arm length, 33.5-inch long arms. He's 254 pounds, as Griff said. He's a shorter type, which kind of helps the way that he takes blocks on, like pad level wise. He ran a 4.55 second 40 with a 1.55 second 10-yard split, which is nuts. That was at the combine track. He had a 33.5-inch vert and a 10'7" broad, and then a 4.20 second short shuttle and 7.23 seconds 3-cone at his pro day. RAS wise, so that's Kentley Platt at MathBelm on Twitter. His relative athletic score. He came in with a 9.40 RAS out of 10, which is the 99th most athletic defensive end out of 1,634 people on Kent's database. So super athletic and testing wise. And then tape wise, there's some real plays of him like knocking dudes over. If I just bring up my notes, the thing with him is he didn't feel Seahawky in the sense that he wasn't super bendy. Like he kind of he's fluid, right? But he has some like kind of stiffness in his hips. Like he's kind of a linear guy. He runs through guys. He doesn't run around them. He can't really corner. But what that does give Seattle Kopi, what that gives Seattle is a kind of stylistic contrast to the types of rushers they have already in Nwosu and then obviously Darrell Taylor. He also had so he's a speed to power guy basically.
I mean, I do think he has a sense for like working half man when he's on the outside half. Like he intentionally tries to corner, and he understands like how he needs to go about doing that. Doesn't mean he's always successful. If they really didn't like the other edges, then fine, and they really liked him. Like I wonder if this is like I wonder how much this is reaching for need. Or maybe they just really liked him. But the other thing here is, okay, they addressed defensive line, sure. Or technically outside linebacker, which is effectively defensive line. But they still don't have bodies on the interior. And if Benton goes, I don't think there's a second round quality prospect.
Would you put Pickens there based off his testing?
No, I feel like Pickens is, because of his testing combined with his tape, is the type of guy that should go in the third round, because there are guys like that drafted in the third round almost every year. But I don't know. They might have to reach. Now, I didn't watch enough of Pickens to be super firm in that. Just anyway.
It's basically we're thinking along the right lines. He's their best remaining edge rusher. They just preferred him to BJ Ojulari, which Ojulari tested really poor. Now he was supposedly dealing with an injury, but
yeah. This I'm surprised by this, just because I didn't think it was coming.
What, you just didn't think Derek Hall?
I didn't think that they would go. I didn't think they would go edge, really. I didn't think they'd go outside linebacker.
Best players available. Best players available.
I did remember him having a pretty good like shotgun or shot put move, like with his inside arm, kind of really just a long arm, but he's able to launch guys and get his pads low enough.
I'm trying to find my notes on him. I don't know where I put them.
And it's reminiscent of a former Auburn Tiger.
Oh no,
Carl Lawson. I mean,
no.
I'm sure Carl Lawson has left quite the legacy there. I'm sure every Auburn edge watches a little bit of him. So
I don't know why I can't find my notes on him. Was he at the Senior Bowl? He was, right? Oh dear, I've seen my message to you about Derek Hall. We'd have to talk about that.
I liked him more than you, I think, just because I had him as a third rounder. It's just I was all gung ho on other guys, man.
He struggled at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, he did. But it's good that maybe they're not overweighing the Senior Bowl performance. No, I mean the Senior Bowl really shouldn't sway anyone toward the positive. It should only confirm what you know.
Yeah, it's especially nice for the guys who haven't perhaps had the level of comp that you'd want them to have, and then they just get a higher level of comp. Thank you so much, African Achilles, for that donation.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
If you have a question, please do ask it. There's a lot going on in this chat, but yeah. Yep, Jen, good stats. He had 19.5 sacks in 33 games. SEC sack production, 28 tackles for loss.
Yep. And you don't make this move without Clint Hurt having interest in him, right? And then also they brought in, Brandon Jordan, the edge rush specialist. So I'm sure his insight matters.
He can do coverage stuff a bit. He kind of played more as a 5-tech as well for he played tighter alignments for Auburn as well.
Yeah. I know our pal Rohan in the chat is just ribbing me playfully, but I'm not saying it's good he didn't do well in the Senior Bowl. I'm saying if he didn't do well in the Senior Bowl and they still took him, it's good that they're not weighing Senior Bowl performance that much.
Yeah,
in either direction.
Cope harder. So African Achilles asks, does he add anything in run D potentially? Yeah, he can set an edge. He can get after it in the edge game, but he's still an outside linebacker. So
he's not really improving on what they had last year in that regard. He just does his job.
Yeah, he's got long arms. He's built well.
This draft, they're not going to improve on the run defense ability. From a personnel standpoint, that's not what this is about. They need to replace players that they lost. Now that Carter and Mozzie are out of the picture, with the exception of Benton, you're not going to get better talent level than what you had last year on the interior.
What about Siaki?
So he has an injury concern or a medical concern. So I don't know, man. I mean, he was a good nose tackle, but he's not any better than Woods. He's in the ballpark of Brian Monet when Monet's at his best. With a little bit more pass rush juice than Monet, of course. A little bit better ability to work down the line, but like right now they pretty much need to find Shelby Harris, Poona Ford caliber players in this draft so that they can maintain that level of play, but get them on rookie contracts. That's the objective at this point. And then allow scheme to do the rest and hope that Draymond Jones, his pass rush contribution, the margin there is enough to kind of get a 4-man rush going. If Taylor can find himself, if Maffei can develop, and then if they really like Hall here along with Nwosu, like I think unless they make a surprising trade right now, literally in the next 48 hours for picks for a player, well, I guess it could come after the draft if you're trading 2024 picks, but they pretty much are rallying around having a rock solid back seven in coverage, and then having a average leaning above average pass rush, 4-man rush. So the monster D line isn't going to happen this offseason. I don't think there aren't the guys left in the draft for it. Unless there's some. I mean, Kobe Turner, he's a guy that is jittery and explosive and can get upfield. He's high effort against the run, but the reason why he's not going higher is probably because of his age and short arms, and he's not particularly massive. So, but he's a guy that can give you some stuff. He'd be a decent 3rd-round pick, but I don't think his floor and run defense is enough to like take him over like Byron Young, who's more of a balanced player on the interior. That's the Alabama Byron Young. So yeah, they have to hope Benton's there at 52, but then they also want a center, right? Theoretically, and they probably, if they want this their ideal center, they have to go center at 52, right? There will still be quality centers at 83 and maybe even beyond, but
yeah.
I don't know. I'm just ranting.
I think they'll wait center out. Like, you have to look at the history, is what I was talking about before you came on. They just don't seem to. I get they're doing best player available, but I doubt there's a like you think at like 50. Where are they picking? 51? I'm blanking.
52, I think.
Yeah. You wouldn't think center there, but maybe. What do you guys think of Osiris Torrance? Brian asked. Thank you for the donation, Brian. Well, I mean, he's really big. He had some really good reps against Jalen Carter. Like, that was a great battle. The reason he's fallen is just sadly he's got this medical thing that he would have been taken in the first round if that wasn't a thing.
Yeah, I think he's the best interior offensive lineman in the draft.
I don't know why he's not showing up on the NFL top players though. Are they low on him? Or?
I don't know.
Like, the top players remaining.
Mm-hmm.
Manu Wargs says, drafting edge here really makes me think they're confident in getting Puna Ford or Al Woods back. Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
I think they're going best player available, but I also do think, yeah, they are confident of getting one or both those guys back too. Even Shelby Harris, right? He's still unsigned.
Yeah.
Like, it's like we said, what will happen is after the draft, all these guys who are still free agents, they'll talk to the teams who've been talking to them again, and they'll say, "Oh, well, Puna Ford will go to the Eagles, and he'll go. Well, you know what? Well, you're probably not going to pay me as much." They'll say to him, "You'll probably not pay as much for you because we've just taken Jalen Carter, so we don't have as much of a need for defensive tackle." Whereas other teams like Seattle, based off this draft so far, and just based off their free agency, they need guys, so they'll have spots for them to play. It's supply and demand and the market. But yeah, I think one of Puna Ford and Al Woods or Shelby Harris will be back in Seattle, definitely.
Yeah.
I wondered about Foskey in Seattle because he worked with BT Jordan in the pre-draft process, and he's also very athletic testing wise.
Did I call him Brandon Jordan for some reason? I have no idea why I said that.
He might be Brandon, but I know he goes by BT.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Man, the Saints are having a interesting draft.
I haven't even kept track with what other people are doing, really.
Does the league know that Keon White is 285 pounds?
Does the league know he turns 25 years old?
True. Fair. In a traits-based league, though.
Yeah, I can cope really hard into Derek Hall just based off that size. Jared Jensen Hall seems like a similar prospect to Maffei. Yeah, better football player though. Much better football player.
I think the reason why I didn't give Hall as much consideration earlier on is part of it is that he was like one of the first guys I watched.
Right.
And then my initial impression was him against Alabama. And I think that was one of his stinker games.
That's a tough go of it.
Yeah, and I should have dug around more for his higher end games. And then the Senior Bowl happened, and that's on me. That's on me. Because I was like, okay, yeah, maybe he's just a third rounder.
Yeah.
And that combine happened, and I probably should have revisited.
Yeah, the combine was nuts. I don't know why I can't find what I wrote about him. Anyway, so did he have a visit? I think he had a top 30 visit in Seattle. So that's pretty cool that they're getting these looks at guys. And they've talked about the importance of the person first.
Right. There's something to be said, though, for being coordinated, because that's a plane of athleticism that is hard to measure. You can only see it. And it counts for a lot. Like, how many athletic guys test athletically, but like they don't know how to move? Like Hall does know how to move. So, and what's funny is that it's, and again, this is probably my eye just not seeing it, but it's funny to me that his coordination stood out to me more than his raw explosiveness. Because again, 159, 10-yard split at 255, that's something. You know?
Yep. They're getting more violent on the defense. Because I really did find Hall was as a kind of bullying type of player.
Yeah, he
And he
likes to be
plays hard.
physical.
And it's the same as Witherspoon, you know?
Right.
I will find Derek Hall. I will find him in my documents.
Yeah. So, and it's you talked about it on Twitter and in your articles, but it's telling that Pete Carroll likened him to Troy Polamalu. Obviously, one's a safety and one's a corner, but Pete likes to he likes to kind of talk about the vibes a player gives off and their sense for making plays like that are as exceptional plays, but still within the framework of their assignment, but at the same time, kind of, you know, an unexpected play per se. And he likes to use the word natural a lot when he's describing his favorite players. So that's high praise. He used that term for Earl Thomas. He also likened Earl Thomas to Troy.
I found my notes.
So Pete is enamored with this guy, obviously. Now he had good numbers in press. It's just there was so little of it, right? Like the sample size is so small.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found my Hall notes. And the agility times are better than his play, but I put he has really thick thighs, and then a lot of immediate get off.
Thick thighs save lives.
They do. Immediate get off. Good hand usage. He can dip through certain sets. Takes chest. Good hand usage. Reads tackle sets pretty well, but the tackle sucks. Nice get off. Good edge setting example. Feet and angles. Long arms down the middle of guys. Very good edge setting. Demolished the edge. Smashing down the middle. Have to tweet some clips.
Yeah. If they take Adebawore at 52, I'd be very not happy.
You won't be here, pal.
Well, that's right. No, actually, I'm doing 83.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, things changed.
Oh, you're not. She got shifted down, huh?
Yeah.
You see what happens? You see what happens?
Yeah.
You got to stick with your family. Okay, well, that's good news. You'll be here for Adebawore then. Right. Let's get some Hall clips on the timeline. My notes read much better than my assessment. I think I just watched the one-on-ones and was just like, eh.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Hall is this inside sort of player for Seattle. I've seen that some people. He's an edge.
He's an edge.
Outside linebacker.
Packers took Musgrave.
Did you see Detroit take Laporta? That was funny.
Yeah, the Raiders got a good Waller replacement. Good for them. In Michael Mayer, the best tight end in the draft.
Michael Mayer. Yeah, that's so against Georgia, Hall played a lot of 6-tech, 4-tech because they're playing a lot of Y-off formations.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say Hall? I'm worried I said Mayer. I meant Hall if I didn't say that. Oh, he's more of like a Sam, right?
Who? Hall?
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean by that exactly? You mean, I mean, because they're trying to. I mean, you don't take him there if you don't think he's a pass rusher. But do you mean splitting hairs between what? Like, would you rather have him to the tight end
Yeah.
in mixed situations? Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so. But like when it's pass indicators, they want him. I mean, you'd think, right? You don't draft a guy at 37 to stack up a tight end. Do you, Maddie? I mean, that's what I was worried about. Okay, how about this? I think he's a better edge rusher than Nolan Smith. Now, Nolan Smith obviously is like potential, right? That's the whole thing with him. But like right now, Derek Hall is a better edge rusher than Nolan Smith, without a doubt. But that's not necessarily high praise, even.
Sounds high. You called him Carl Lawson. You see what happens?
Defamation.
Defamation. That's not even the right play, Matthew. I'm trying to get a good clip on the timeline.
Ty is at the Mariners game right now.
Well, you'd know if you'd been on time, Griff. We got the anthem live.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was really
we
cool.
did? Oh, that's awesome. Dang, I missed it.
Yeah, you missed it.
It's 2-1. Did Kelnick do anything? Is Kelnick even playing tonight? He is in the 3-hole. He got a single.
Okay, explain baseball. What does the 3-hole mean? He's batting at 3?
He's batting third in the lineup.
Yeah, but you called it the 3-hole.
Because it sounds cool.
That's so cool, man.
There goes Titman. All right, here go the centers.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this could be bad. This could be real bad. But I really wanted like a center who can play guard, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, a guard who can play center. They're just going to take a day 3 center, I think. They're going to miss out. It's funny how the runs happen. I wonder if they feel, because Schneider said in his post-draft presser that it was kind of wild where guys were going. Like, he didn't expect some of the picks. Wonder if this day 2 is more predictable.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
Why damn?
I don't know. I'm just processing.
Processing.
Yep.
Yeah, you process away.
So do you have a preference at 52?
No, I honestly, I think you've got to take a D tackle at some point.
Yeah.
But I don't like Benton, so.
You need to like Benton.
Well, here's the thing. I absolutely don't.
But you need to. You see?
Okay. I mean, I should.
Yeah, that works.
No, not really. But yeah, I should probably watch more of him, I guess. Like I'll watch more of Hall.
Watch Nebraska, Maryland. You'll be like, oh, okay. You'll still see technique issues, but you'll be like, oh, okay.
Great. Yeah, but you know me, I'm a sucker for technique. That's like my weakness.
Yeah, but see, with him, I think it's inconsistent technique. It's not like he doesn't ever know what he's doing. So
Brock Hewitt said Derek Hall looks like Cam Chancellor. Brilliant. Well done, Brock.
Rock on, Brock.
like their actual appearance. That's a real tweet. Crikey.
Thanks, Brock.
Yep.
Thanks, Brock.
Oh, chat, I'm on Twitter. I'm posting the Derek Hall clips. They're coming. Outstanding edge setting technique as a Sam in an under front. Does that sound juicy? He is live. Setter asks, what's the expiration date on comparing Seahawks draftees to LOB players? I think we can always do it, but when someone doesn't look like someone appearance wise, it's kind of a miss. Evan Brown, not that great though. Detroit didn't love him so much. 50-11. I'm not sure that's true. I think
liked him
Detroit
at
did
center.
like him.
They
liked him
at
as a center. They just
That's for sure.
They just had different players, you know.
Yeah, I mean, at right guard, he was just kind of, just a guy, really. I'd love to know how they stack the centers. That would be interesting to know. And I wonder if they prioritize run blocking or pass protection, or if they would rather find a balance. Like, would they take a guy who is like a 6 or a 7 in both versus a guy that's a 10 and a 5 in one or the other, out of 10? I'm curious where Dickerson and Waldron are philosophically with that.
Where are you? Let's be having you.
So Colts went Julius Brents. So he went around where we thought he might go, right? Top
That's
half of the second.
Colts. That is so Colts. Long, athletic corner. That's so Colts. Keon White just falling, huh?
Yeah, it's 25. So, see, the thing though is you got to make projections. He didn't actually play that much 3 technique in a bear front, but when he did, he looked okay, and that opens up the entire theory with him.
Yeah.
But the thing though is that the first interior player they take has to be a 300-pounder. Has to be. They're too light.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it does have to be. The way the Seahawks are behaving at the moment is slightly concerning.
See, the other thing though is that the way this draft is going, Poona Ford's agent is like,
yeah, he's just gonna come that's what I'm saying.
You need me now. You need my guy now.
Yeah, pay me.
You don't have a choice.
Pay me.
You better tell Nwosu's agent to negotiate an extension like immediately because you need cap space.
Yeah, you better. Yes. Beautiful. More Derek Hall clips are coming. All right.
The Lions took Brian Branch. All right. They finally took that's the best player they've taken this draft.
Good football player.
Really good football player. Now, see, I would have celebrated a linebacker in the first. I just happen to not like the player that they took in the first that much.
Yeah, well, it's any of the linebackers, really.
Yeah.
Trade. New England trading. With who? Could Seattle trade up to get the center they want? Or are they just going to let the board come to them?
That would be wacky. Let it come to them because there's a whole second wave of centers that could be quality starters. I mean, that's... And then there's a third wave of centers too. Because after Oluwatimi and Scruggs, you've got Andrews and Saldivari. Those guys are decent players. And then we haven't even talked about the fact that there could be some guards that could convert because there's like half of the league centers right now played guard in college, or I'm sure they were versatile. Like center is a position that the NFL just doesn't treat as a real position when it comes to rostering them.
Yeah, and tight end is borderline, right? Like in terms of the guys who aren't athletic, crazy guys.
Right. Like centers are made, not drafted, if that makes sense.
Tiny bit. If center running a 4.6 doesn't, sorry, center running a 4.6. Hold on. Safety running a 4.6 doesn't really matter. It does
cool,
in
though.
how Branch is used, I guess. Like he's, he's got a lot of nickel stuff on tape, but like it doesn't matter. Like they're not going to play him in man on a slot. He's a really good safety. So
Yeah.
and just a good football player. So
Now Jamie Jamie
Jammy.
what's his last name? Is it Robinson? I'm blanking.
Yeah. FSU.
He's actually similar to Branch stylistically.
Stylistically similar.
But the third, fourth round version, maybe even fifth round, because his combine was poor enough, I think. But to me, he kind of has I think he could be a quality safety in the NFL. But
Okay.
I would ideally take him day 3.
Okay.
I don't think he'll be a difference maker, but
fair enough.
Oh my God, the Patriots took Keon White.
That's very Pats.
Dang.
Gosh darn it. Hell of a shame.
It was only ever a dream.
So chat, that's Keon gone. Who are you wanting here? I've seen Benton in the chat.
Yes, it has to be Benton.
Does it? I don't think it does.
Yeah, it does.
No.
If not Benton, who, man? Who?
Just players, just good players, technique guys. Is it so much to ask to draft a player who can actually not play 6'8"?
Watch him versus Nebraska, MSU, Maryland.
Okay. So, lads, should I open a new bottle? Henry, what bottle? That sounds great. I would love to. I have a Deanston 18-year-old, which is just looking at me over there. I would like to open that. But maybe if the Seahawks draft, yeah, I don't know. I don't know actually who I want them to draft. So I guess the Deanston stand shut. Spiced rum last night, African Achilles. That sounds nice. There you go. What type? I'm not familiar with rum at all. Like good rum. But I've got a lot of life. I'm sure one day. Yeah, true. Very true. They could take a running back here. That would be nice. That would be Ty and I, Griff, are remembering your reaction to the Kenneth Walker pick last year.
Yeah. Oh, you were? My reaction?
Yeah. You were a bit upset.
Yeah, because I wanted Ritter.
Yeah.
But Ken Walker's a really good running back. So
he is. Bamboo spiced rum. That looks really nice. Blended by hand from spices across the West Indies. Nice. Do you have that on the rocks or? Running back is an important part of this team, so it makes sense. Definitely does. Like, you're right, Seda. Like, they have Kenneth Walker, they have DJ Dallas, and then they've lost Travis Homer, and they've lost Rashad Penny. They do need backs. Like, it's just the nature of it. I've tweeted another clip from Derek Hall setting the edge, this time against Georgia. He has teach tape doing it. I like how he plays in a 2-point as well. Up against Broderick Jones, I think. Straight. That's my guy, African Achilles. That's exactly how I drink spirit as well. But I don't know what I'm doing with rum. Feels like running back can be addressed later. Possibly. I mean, yeah. But if Seattle has a guy, they'll take them. Griff, I'm going to go in more water. It's your set, okay?
All right.
Are you ready?
Back to the
Have
jokes.
You got your notes? You got your notes up?
Yeah.
Your set list? Okay, cool.
Yep. Okay, guys, are you ready? Knock, knock. Who's there? Weekend. Weekend who? We can do anything we want. Except draft Keon White, apparently. Or Michael Mayer. Or Mozzie Smith. Knock, knock. Who's there? Goat. Goat who? Go to the door and find out. You guys having fun? I'm having a good time. All right, last one. So I don't want to use up all my best material, so I'll only do one more. Knock, knock. Who's there? You. You who? You who? Anybody home? That was really good. That was really... No, don't boo. That was actually hilarious. Man. Who's next? Which players are on your heart, Griff? I like Benton, so I would do Benton. I like him a lot. I like Tuli Pelotu a lot too. It's just he's a really bizarre fit because he kept dropping weight, and now he's truly in like no man's land scheme fit wise for them.
Yeah, like kind of 5th round pick range, right?
Like third round pick.
Oh, right, third, yeah.
You know.
Why, Griff? What
Maddie,
happened?
you missed it.
Chris is saying Griff stop.
Oh, I was.
What happened?
I was killing it.
Is it over?
With my
Are
jokes.
we cancelled?
I was killing it, and
nice. And what?
So who do the Commanders take?
Okay. What about a what's their center situation? What about DeJuan Jones?
Why?
Because the Commanders.
Oh, Commanders.
Yeah. You literally asked the question. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, you're right. No,
Yeah.
I'm not okay, Maddie. Are you kidding me?
True.
Have you seen my tweets asking me if I'm okay?
Yes, that is the running back I want, Roschon Johnson. Senior Bowl guys, high character, competing out there. Broke his hand. The man broke his hand in the first practice and played through it. And he hit it downhill and fast. And he is a physical player. And he's not averse to being the number 2 back. Like, he's used to that experience. I'm trying to find a good pass rush rep for Derek Hall. I know they exist. Knocking tackle over. Yes, that sounds good, doesn't it? That sounds bloody great. Chat, how would you grade the Seahawks draft so far? A, B,
like overall,
C, D.
Remains to be seen because the Hall pick, the Hall pick gets better or worse depending on who they miss out on after him. Like if they don't draft for need at 52, then like what is going on at that point? Now I'm still going to be happy because Witherspoon and JSN are fantastic players, and they got significantly better with those picks either way, you know. But
but Griffin, at the end of the day, it's BPA.
BPA.
If you follow the BPA, you will end up with the best players.
Then why did they take Derek Hall?
Perhaps they graded him slightly higher than you have.
Perhaps they did.
Hmm.
And then what happens when they take Benton at 52? Is it perhaps they graded them higher than you did?
They won't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm all in on Derek Hall. Whatever. I'm rooting for him.
You're going all in on him. I think.
Yeah. Also, this pushes Taylor, right? Like mentally.
Oh, Griff, you're going to be in shambles. It does push Taylor mentally, and you know what? That's the take. That's the take. Thank you, Griff. You've inspired a tweet.
We found the angle. Did the Bucks
This
just
stops
take
them. This stops them having to sign 35-year-old Bruce Irvin off the street because they don't trust Taylor to set an edge. Griff, you genius. The pit pick is not nice, Griff. You're not gonna like it.
Steelers took Keanu Benton with pick 49?
Bad
Okay,
player.
so
Bad player. It's
so
fine.
the Hall pick just got slightly worse.
Tiny bit. It's all good though.
Um,
Don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
They're
going to take the best player who is available, so it's all good.
It was only ever a dream.
I didn't even realize you liked Benton this much.
He's the only one left that has
right. Yeah.
any, you know, like, I mean,
Panic
again, there are quality rotational players left, but he was the only guy that was more than that.
Okay. Well, Seattle's pick's probably about to get spoiled for us, isn't it? I won't go to the toilet this time because I think that was the unlucky. I said it would be lucky, but
There goes Cody Mock.
Did you mock him to the Seahawks?
Nice. That was good. Nice.
Oh, thanks. So, in terms of your joke, did you try like a what angle we going for? Because we did the number one, you know. Well, I did yesterday.
I don't know. What was my angle? What did I go for?
Yeah, like topic, you know.
They were just really funny. That's all.
What's the deal with hair dryers, huh?
Okay. Packers took Jaden Reed. All right, we liked him, but obviously they're not taking a receiver until much later now.
Yeah, they went a bit more glitzy.
He went where we kind of thought he would go.
He did. He did. We said he's a kind of third round player who probably gets elevated, and he's a good player. Like he's a good player. Would have been fun with Aaron Rodgers if Aaron Rodgers trusted rookie people. Oh, I don't know if this is real. Oh, what?
Seahawks are on the clock.
Seahawks.
If they go Moro Ojimo right here, I'll also, not that I wouldn't mind him, but it's because they're reaching hard.
They're not going to take an interior defensive lineman, I don't think. I think it's too obvious. Like, who is there? You know what I mean? Who is there? There is Adebawore. You know what would make sense? Actually, no, it doesn't make sense. Siaki?
It's too early in the medicals.
Pickens?
Oh.
Byron Young, good football player. Byron Young. Charbonnet? They are all third rounders. They are Sada. But, like, who are you saying then? Who's a second rounder at this point? All right. Chat, watch this clip from Derek Hall. Tell me what happens here. I don't understand it. Links don't seem to work in the chat very well, but anyway. I don't know. Why does that tackle fall over? I'm trying to look, but it's difficult because I'm streaming. Oh, he just pushes him. Oh, yeah, he actually does push him over. That's fun. Just catches him in a bad moment. What are you laughing at?
Steven Ruiz's tweet saying how Detroit's going to draft Tungsten Arm O'Doyle.
Good old Steve. You're more nervous this round than round one. Well, I think part of that nerves is that it's difficult to know who the pick is, right? Like, there's even less consensus. And, yeah. I know certain people really like Hall. Need to watch more. Griffin was my edge guy. I told you Witherspoon would be a Seahawky type of player.
Mm-hmm.
I feel let down by Griff.
Why?
Because you didn't say Hall would be their edge.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, wait. Did I?
I don't know. I feel we should do not rewatch our Senior Bowl episode. I think I might have said some things. Possibly. Area scout for AFC team on Derek Hall. He's tight-limbed and he's more segmented than you want, but he's tougher than shit and he's going to be a great fit in a locker room. Yeah. That is a pretty good assessment. that tightness is why I really didn't think he was a Seahawks type of player. Ty.
Hey, boys.
Ty.
Hey, boys. How's it
Wait,
going?
good. Wait, what was Kalnick's hit? Was it a single? I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was a single. It was a
Nice.
single. Yeah.
Ty, are they
Did
hitting
he
some
pull
balls?
it?
Are they what?
Are they hitting some balls?
They are hitting some balls. Yeah, I can
Nice.
confirm they are throwing pitches.
They're throwing.
Yeah, and
Wow.
hitting balls and catching baseballs.
That's some good baseball right there.
Right.
You got a game.
Some red hot baseball action.
Did Kalnick go the other way, or did he pull it?
No, it was through the 4 holes.
Okay.
Yeah. And then he stole second. After. It's awesome.
5-tool player.
That's right, baby. That's right. All right, so how are we feeling?
Wow. All right, it just happened. So they're taking Charbonnet, the running back.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I fucking knew it. I knew it. I had a feeling. Today, this morning. I knew it.
That's hilarious.
He's a good player.
Man. He's a good player.
He is a good player.
He's a good player.
Twitter is
Best player available.
Twitter is going to lose its mind after the Hall pick and now this. By the way, how are we feeling about the Hall pick?
Kopi.
Kopi?
Yeah.
I'm down to be Kopi.
It's a tough one.
Dude, Pete is competing right now.
Yeah.
He's competing his tail off.
Yeah, Ho is not a very he didn't feel Seahawky when we watched him. Like, he's kind of tight. But he's big and he tested really well and he knocks guys around and he's tough, so.
Griff Kelnick is up right now.
Is he? Nice.
I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Tell him I said hi.
Griff says hi!
Wait. Wait, Breer was wrong? Okay, no, it's correct.
Okay.
Breer tweeted out that the Dolphins were taking Charbonnet.
Oh.
These guys just can't read. They're so desperate for a scoop.
I know.
All right, let's talk about Charbonnet then.
What do we think? I mean, he's a good player. I knew that they were going to draft a running back at some point.
Yeah, they had to.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's like a top 50, 60, 70 sort of player, right? This is where he's big as well. He's like 214 pounds, 6 foot, ran a 4.53.
Mm-hmm. He handles contact really well.
Kelnick just went opposite field single.
Nice. Hell yeah.
He's got good vision.
No, we can still dunk on the Lions. We absolutely can dunk on the Lions still.
So he has a really good feel for gun inside zone. And while Ken Walker did too, they didn't start running a lot more. They didn't do a lot more gun running until later on in the season when they kind of, did it for a couple different reasons. But I think they want to reintroduce a gun run game. So they're not tipping tendency.
Well, UCLA did so many different runs as well, didn't they? Yeah,
they did. But I see how he feels out, sifts through the backside of inside zone, and I kind of get Chris Carson vibes. Maybe I'm thinking too squarely. But I mean, he's a good under center runner as well, outside zone runner as well. I think about the gun thing.
Isn't he a good pass catcher? I'm pretty sure he's got catching ability and pass pro experience, right?
Yeah.
The fact they haven't taken a player who plays nearest to the football is crazy.
People are going to lose their minds if they took a running back over Schmitz. Because Schmitz is still available, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's going to go over well.
You know what? They probably take their center round 3, and like it wouldn't surprise me if Schmitz was still there.
I feel like Spreads is the guy. I don't know. I just kind of feel like he's someone that they would really like there. Plus, can he play a little guard too?
Interesting.
So they're just straight up not going to drop any. They're just straight up not going to drop the nose tackle or anything, right? Like,
yeah,
they'll just look for that value in day 3, I think.
peculiar.
Like, they're not forcing the bad defensive tackles who are athletic prospects. Like Dexter getting taken here, he's like tape-wise is not good. He's just tested incredibly athletically. Same kind of deal with Adebawore, right? Like he'll probably get taken soon. They're not forcing that. Again, they're taking the guys that they liked. Letting the draft come to them as it does.
so, vibe check. How's everyone doing?
I'm fine. I mean, it's fine.
Chat,
He's a
how are we
perfect
feeling?
complement for Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's a good number 2. I mean, he's so I just found a stat. He has an incredibly high success rate. I feel like that on early downs. I feel like that ties right into my perception that I feel like he's a good inside zone runner from gun, and like those runs are all about churning out those 3, 4, 5 yarders, so that you can impose balance on an offense between that and your quick game. You can go back and forth between your gun runs and your gun slants and stuff. And really, they didn't have another running back on the roster besides DJ Dallas. So, and obviously Walker. So, the cupboards were kind of bare there. I guess they did have a need. I just thought there were other running backs down the line. But hey, if they really like the guy, I mean, they nailed the Walker pick, and in that he is as good as they thought he was, right? So.
Yep. I'm excited to watch him a bit more. I've only really seen like cut-ups, highlights, that sort of thing.
They have 10 total picks, right? Reason I ask is like I kind of feel like maybe they'll trade up from 83.
I don't know who you do that for, though, is the thing. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, well, it's just because
Ascend.
they've kind of always done that, right? Like they've always traded up into like the top of the 3rd round.
True.
They've done that multiple times, or like the back end of the 2nd. I don't know. We'll see.
True.
I'm feeling Kofi as well.
Well, I mean, Charbonnet's a good player. He can play on every down. I don't.
Yeah, no. That's totally fine by me. I'm cool with it. I just like, it's hard to ignore the run defense issues.
I just think the run defense issues is the same thing as what we said yesterday, right? This draft was not the draft to have the run defense issues going into it. Like, if you rule Carter out and then you go, I mean, they might have had Mazzy Smith as a 2nd rounder. Like, I'd love to know if he was on their board. Like that incident, with the facts we know, his incident doesn't seem that serious off the field. But like pass rush wise, he wasn't. He didn't really have much production in college, and so maybe they question the value of that type of pick. And they liked Smith and Jigba more, and so when you resign yourself to that, and then you can't start forcing like, I mean, they didn't have a shot to get Benton with their second round pick, but like I didn't really like him technique wise, so.
Misfit asked a good question. I don't know if you can still hear me, but Misfit asked a good question about Charbonnet's blocking. Do we know if he's a good blocker? Because they lost Homer.
Yeah, he can pass protect really well.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm down.
That's what I mean. All 3 downs, he should be able to fit in wherever they need. So It's kind of the ideal complement. They just don't. We just can't get caught up in the fact that what they've messed up is more a free agency issue on the interior of the defensive line than it is a drafting issue. And it also speaks to only having 4 picks in 2021. Like, that's tough. You just don't have the depth. Just didn't have it. And they will re-sign at least one of Poona Ford, Al Woods, Shelby Harris. Like, they have to. They have to.
How do I do the voice isolation setting? How do I do that? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, Jon Snow. You've got to tell Ty what's up. Oh, there's Thule's a second round pick, Griff. There you go.
Oh, there you go, Griff.
There you go. Edge rusher. Who took him? Who took him?
The Chargers, apparently, which is interesting.
Interesting. That is interesting, considering the schematic similarities. So, I mean, to end the year, they played a bunch of cover 3, a bunch of cover 1, I think. So if you're gapped out, you might as well just play your dumb over G front if you're going to load the box the whole time. Anyway, so I guess he can just be your edge. You don't have to worry about dropping him.
Sure.
Maddie, how do you feel about a 2024 second round pick and Noah Fant for DeForest Buckner?
I would feel nice about that if they'd been able to draft Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not great about that now. Like, why would you get rid of a strength of your team?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, part of it might be that they're going to be an 11 personnel team. I mean, probably.
Probably. I don't think they are the deep comments. Watching Charbonnet run people over because he's like slightly taller is quite fun.
He's really upright, but his contact balance is kind of crazy for how upright he is.
Yeah.
Shifty. And like he's not that like thick in the lower half either. It's like, how does he stay on his feet? He's kind of like Golden Tate, where you don't understand how he's still on his feet.
Right. The hips are good.
It's what are those like wooden dolls where you push it and then it springs back up? You know what I'm talking about?
They're on like a spring.
Well, they're not on a spring, but they're like, there's a weight at the bottom and they're rounded, so they can't technically tip over. They always correct themselves. He's like one of those things.
No, I don't. I don't know what you're on about there. No.
Chat. What am I talking about? They're like a wooden doll. They're usually painted. I think they're like an Eastern European like cultural thing. A Weeble wobble. I don't know. My grandma had a bunch of them.
Oh, that's nice.
I don't like knickknacks, tchotchkes, Weebles.
No, it's not a babushka. That's the other thing.
A roly-poly toy or a round-bottom doll or a tilting doll, a tumbler, a wobbly man, or a wobble doll is a round-bottomed toy, usually egg-shaped, that tends to right itself when pushed at an angle, and does this in seeming contradiction to how it should fall, a.k.a. Zach Charbonnet.
Charbonnet, where are we at with that name?
Now, that's French. That's ironic, isn't it?
Why is it ironic?
Well, because I'm assuming that it's like a Eastern European origin. And Charbonnet's French, which is not Eastern European.
What's Eastern European?
The doll that I'm talking about.
Oh, I'd moved on from that. It was painful.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Charbonnet 37-inch vertical. Sheesh.
Curious.
10'2" broad.
So apparently I can only do it when I'm in a FaceTime call or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I'm gonna go for now. But love you
bye,
guys.
Ty.
Griff, are you doing that thing or still or no?
Yeah, I am, but I'm
He
doing
got
80.
relegated, Ty. He's benched.
Yeah.
He's 83. He's a third round dude.
Yeah. It's because I prioritize being here for 52.
That's what you deserve for cheating on us.
Yep.
Yeah. That's why I told him. I said we're family.
Maddie
We look
cheated
after
first,
each other.
All right, I'll be back.
Let's not get into who did what.
I'll be back.
Issues come. Yeah.
Go
Bye.
ahead.
Love
Bye,
you.
Ty.
Love
Bye.
you. Bye.
Bye. Let's not get into who did what to who. I think we just have to acknowledge that we've both done bad things and we're sorry for them and we want to move forward together.
Yes.
I've had a lot of experience and stuff like that, as you can tell. Are you guys on the same podcast? Listen. John?
We're
John?
There's a lot of stimulus right now. Maddie.
50-11, John Truth. You can go in timeout as well, 50-11. Frankly, the disrespect...
It's not your guys' fault. It's not your fault, guys. Don't listen to Maddie.
It's not your fault. Take another running back in the third. I like that. Yep. Just double down. Absolutely. Who would you actually want, Griff, now? Like, the best remaining players.
I mean, I guess Siaki, even though we've talked about him, Byron Young, Moro Ojimo. I'm drawing a blank, man. There are very few names left right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the remaining names. You could go and get Dan Henley or something.
Yeah.
Drew Sanders still hasn't been taken. I can't believe people pushed him up into the first round. Wasn't he a top 10 player? I swear one of the mocks had him there. Like one of the national mocks. Pickens is there, Griff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Has Byron Young been drafted?
No.
Good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Byron Young, Cameron Young, Zach Pickens, and then maybe Siaki. And then center-wise, Seattle still has the option of...
Yeah. Center. I totally blanked on the centers.
All of them are there other than Titman.
Yeah.
So that's very good news. So maybe they've judged it well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are the Chiefs going to take Jalen Hyatt?
Oh, Rashee Rice. That makes sense for them.
Oh,
he
yeah,
makes sense.
Cool.
He makes more sense than Hyatt, I think, for them.
Yep, that's cool. Yeah. Again, Hyatt, another guy who got elevated up, and I was like, no. That's very extreme. Chat, who are you hoping for now? Like, is there anyone whose tape who stood out to you tape-wise? Not testing. Testing is not a thing. Refuse to acknowledge. True. Siaki does sound Seahawky.
It does.
I agree. Bold of you to assume chatters watch tape. No, of course the chat watches tape. I get my tape opinions from you guys. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Skinner for the lols. That would be so lols. Lol. Yep. Griffin, would you like to hear a fun little quote?
Yeah.
It's a really good one.
Okay. I like quotes.
Yeah. You sure?
Yeah, lay it on me.
So John Schneider was asked about yesterday. He said he was asked about if the draft was a case of talent meeting a need. He said, absolutely. We recognize that we need help on the defensive line.
They're going to trade for somebody. Trade for somebody. Favorite scene from history of the world. When they
no spoilers.
When they're running away from the Romans, and one of the characters like lights a huge blunt and then gets the Roman like legionary pursuers or like the Praetorian Guard like high, and then they get distracted because they're too high to keep chasing them down. That was very funny. And then also the bullshit philosopher bit is hilarious. I'm a stand-up comedian. Oh, you're a bullshitter. That's good. That's great. So those two. Great question, Yuri, by the way. Maddie, you need to watch some Mel Brooks films.
Yeah. I thought History of the World was like one of these documentaries that you'd been watching. So when you started, I was like, okay, yeah, Roman Legion, yeah. And then you mentioned Blunt, and I was a bit surprised.
My favorite scene from Blazing Saddles is when they set up the toll booth in the middle of the valley. We got to go back and get a shitload of dimes. Good stuff. John Michael Schmitz.
Gone. Oh, yeah.
Gone. And then they make every guy like they can't pay in bulk. They have to pay one dime at a time. Funny stuff.
Sensors. Going. Ricky Stromberg, Luke Whitebler, Juice Scruggs, Olu Oluwatimi.
I like Oluwatimi.
Oh, here we go. So Seattle, when they traded Russell Wilson, obviously got rid of Russell Wilson, and they got in return Devon Witherspoon, Derek Hall, Boye Mafe, Charles Cross, Tariq Young, Noah Fant, Drew Lock, Shelby Harris, Tyreek Smith. Solid return. A lot of players there who I wouldn't have necessarily thought of as Seahawks draft picks. Mainly the two edge guys, but clearly size, athleticism is important, and playing physical. When I said earlier that Derek Hall's a better player than Boye Mafe, I meant more that like technique wise, just like savvy for football, it's just more there. Like Mafe was very kind of raw. There's no way Seahawks will be able to recover from that trade. True, it's going to take a while. Oh yeah, Adam Carter, you're right. Tucker Kraft hasn't been drafted yet. You're exactly right. That's an interesting guy.
Darnell Washington.
Matt, I think Darnell is just a bit of a kind of he's not a project, but there's a lot of development which needs to happen for him. So probably 3rd round, 4th round, maybe.
You know who Derek Hall kind of reminds me of? He moves similar to Ebiketie, but he doesn't quite have his game figured out the way Ebiketie did. And Ebiketie was...
I've never seen him bend like Ebiketie.
Well, I mean, but that was the thing with Ebiketie, was that Ebiketie didn't have a lot of pure bend. He was kind of just like that was kind of what people talked about with him. Some people said he was stiff, but he was just so efficient with his movements.
And then
and
within the
so
corner
much
quickly.
Yeah. And I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like that's the theory for Derek Hall as an edge rusher. I mean, I didn't think Ebiketie was as stiff as like his most ardent detractors did. Not that he had many.
Fair enough.
But I just see some similarities there. I don't know. It's gonna be. He's gonna have to be like a strength finesse guy at the top of the rush. He's not gonna be running. He's not gonna win with a bunch of speed rips and ghost moves, right? But he's gonna have to be able to eat up ground, and then have to be really physical once he contacts the tackle. So that's the theory with him. He has some weight behind his hand movements. He just needs to kind of really expand his repertoire and then refine what he's got already.
I liked Luke Schoonmaker, but I'm surprised that he's gone in the 2nd round.
Same. I thought he would have been.
I think that just speaks to the fact that he can block.
Yeah.
Whereas some of these other ones can't. I only saw Tucker Craft highlights, really. Like, I tried to watch one of his games. It's so hard to get tape of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then he barely played, right? Is he that guy? There's a few of them who just didn't play last year or didn't get that many ops. Galen Rock. I love this draft so much. All these players feel like they can all contribute early on and complement guys already on the roster. Yeah.
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 I like
absolutely.
it. I like it.
I don't think you're wrong there. They can all contribute. Yeah, I don't think at this point, I don't think trading Fant's worth doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Because they're even if
you took a Craft, he's not going to be able to contribute that often early. He'll have to learn a lot of the blocking stuff.
Right. And there's some merit to the thinking of, Fant's still a talented player. You're going into year 2 with him, with this team, and all the continuity there. Even though they're going to be using 12 personnel less, it's still, in all likelihood, it's still going to be likely a very efficient package when they do use it. The other thing too to think about is they can go 23 personnel, not 23, 2 personnel. Sorry, 0 running backs, 2 tight ends, 3 receivers. They did that a little bit.
Because the idea being you get interesting matchups, right?
Yeah, and you spread it out. You go empty. So there's some things to mess around with here.
I'm gonna go for a lucky break again.
Okay. And then I might need to do one myself after your lucky break. We'll see who's luckier. We'll see.
Yeah, what's the worst case scenario one I've left? Who gets drafted?
I don't know. I can't think of anything witty right now.
Okay. It wasn't meant to be witty. It just could be like...
I would like Byron Young at 83.
What about Hendon Hooker at 83?
Maddie doesn't care about my feelings. I take the bait though. That's on me. DJ Turner, Bengals. Bengals are having an interesting draft, and by interesting, kind of head scratching. I don't know how I feel about Myles Murphy, but he's kind of up their alley in their history. They're a 4-down team, so I guess that makes sense. Probably, well, for Murphy's sake, that's a good spot to go. Jackson Shore asks, just got here. Did you guys like the 2 picks? I did, as in you did. I'm not. If you're asking how I feel about the Seahawks picks that they've made so far, I'm Luke. I like Derek Hall, but I just thought he was a 3rd rounder. I need to watch more of him to see what they saw about him for taking him at 37, because you're effectively saying he's a fringe first. And I didn't see that, but I'll need to watch more of him. And then Charbonnet, I mean, he's a good running back. He's a good skill set complement to Kenneth Walker. He is versatile, but I really like that he's effective in gun inside zone, because their success rate in gun inside zone was probably the worst aspect of their offense this year. Now, that's all in part the blocking for it, right? But that's Walker. He danced a little too much, and then toward the end of the year, he really committed toward just seeing it and hitting it. He can get better, but having a 1-2 punch is nice. But that's something that Chris Carson was exceptional at, feeling out the backside of gun inside zone, to the point where Seattle's success rate, or rather their EPA per gun run or gun inside zone run, exceeded that of the average Russell Wilson quick game drop back, quick game only. So, and quick game and gun inside zone runs were what comprised the fluctuation year to year primarily of their pass rate. So if your gun inside zone runs if an influx there isn't hurting what you're doing with your more valuable dropbacks, and it's exceeding your gun quick game, then who cares? Like you might look at a chart and say, oh, they're running a lot, but it actually doesn't affect your net efficiency, so long as that it exceeds your quick game. Now, Geno's good in quick game, but if you can impose that balance, that's great. Also helps your RPO game a little bit. They might try to RPO more, especially with Jackson Smith and Jigba, right? So it gives them options, and they also needed a running back. And if he's their guy, then he's their guy. Ken Walker tilted some games for them in their favor with his explosive runs last year. And they clearly aren't afraid to take a running back in the second, as we know. I don't think the signal's more running, though. That said, they're going to be thrown all over the place like they did last year. So, and they may just not have liked a lot of the other players. I mean, aside from center, there really aren't a lot of good players in the second round right now. So the only pause I have is that I would have taken Benton at 37 over Hall, but I don't know.
You'd have taken Ojulari off over Hall as well, right?
Yeah.
So that's an interesting comparison, because testing wise, he did not get it done,
and that might have scared him off. But
I think he said he'd hurt his left hamstring. But yeah, Torrance was medical stuff, chat. This is a long wait. Now, if you missed it, Ty was theorizing perhaps Seattle trades up from the 3rd round to get a bit higher up, as they have done in previous years. I don't know if this is the type of draft to do that in. It's not that good a draft. There's lots of intriguing kind of depth pieces, but I mean, maybe if they're really worried about getting left out on a ledge, perhaps. When was the last? It doesn't feel like there's been that many trades, and when was the last time Seattle went through a whole draft not making a single trade? Has Schneider ever done that? I doubt it. He always likes to be active, so
Yeah. Right.
But like they've got so many picks, like as Ty said, they've got 10 picks or whatever. They don't really need to accumulate many more. They're not going to be able to get future picks at this point, really. Very unlikely. Not worth doing anyway. So like if they don't trade up now, maybe Schneider exits the draft never trading, which is wild for Schneider.
Best interior D lineman available. I mean, maybe Siaka Ika, Byron Young, Mora Ojimo. Depends on how you feel about Coburn. Kobe Turner, Gervin Dexter.
Yeah, and
really
a lot of those
the names.
Some of those guys, Dexter's been taken.
Oh, did he? My bad.
Some of those guys Griff listed are short-armed, so unlikely, really short-armed.
Yeah. I mean, I liked he needs some work, but I liked Calvin Avery as a day 3 or undrafted free agent nose tackle. I like Jared Clark. I mean, he's not super dynamic, but you're not going to move him. He'll hold the point. He's a pure nose tackle, 0 technique, 2 gapping.
That makes too much sense.
Yeah.
I like Cameron Young, who's like a 3 tech, good against the run, and meets all the testing stuff. He strikes dudes well. Mississippi State. So, but these are all like day 3 guys. Yeah.
So there really isn't some. I mean, outside of Keon White in that, I mean, he's really quick. He's really active, and I think he has good play strength. He's just small and short-armed. But I feel like he's the only guy that has any like room for an upper outcome of being an impact player. I feel like Byron Young is just like a really well-rounded quality player who, even though he's much different stylistically, he kind of gives you the same level of play of like Poona Ford at his best. Like who we thought of. I mean, I still think Poona Ford is good, but prior to this year, when everyone consensus was like, yeah, Poona's a solid player. He gives you quality 500, 600 snaps every year. I think Byron Young is that caliber of player, and I wouldn't expect anything more from him. So it's just that's what he is. Whereas Kobe Turner, there's something there. Like there could be something. It's just I don't like him being your first interior guy taken because they really need a floor raiser, not like a guy who has maybe a suspect floor with some ceiling. Mora Ojimo is another guy similar to Byron Young. I just think Byron Young's better.
So you made a kind of borderline Kobe tweet last night.
I made a lot of Kobe tweets last night.
No, well, this was only borderline. This wasn't egregiously Kobe. It was saying, actually, it was saying how it was talking about how scheme, the passing, going best player available, not getting an interior defensive lineman, that kind of decision indicates that scheme was the bigger issue rather than personnel last year.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they're not moving mountains to try to get guys is frustrating because you need to get players, but there is some subtext to it in that they recognize that, hey, we just need a certain floor of ability, and if we scheme right, then the run defense will be fine. And it's to me the neglect of the interior defensive line is frustrating to me, more so for not being able to get an elite 3-down player for the sake of pass rush. Like I want another guy that is Draymond Jones or better, who is 315 pounds. Like that's what I want. But that guy isn't
in the draft. That was
anymore.
Carter or potentially Mazzy, but really there wasn't that many guys.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the nature of the draft, and it's wild that before, in the aftermath of the 49ers defeat, Schneider said they need to get more dynamic up front. And they have done the exact opposite, really. I mean, Draymond Jones was a big signing, and I think they pushed for Zach Allen too. Like they spent money there, okay, but like they have not got more dynamic up front, really.
And then they mentioned last night, like we still need a lot of defensive line help. So obviously that means there's going to be a deluge of guys tomorrow, right? Like we've talked about, there are guys there, but with regards to the cap, like you said, the fact that they were Bob Condotta reported that they were trying to find ways to fit both Zach Allen and Draymond Jones under the cap. It wasn't necessarily one or the other. They were trying supposedly to do both. Now, obviously, that didn't happen, but that means that they had a cap, a number in the negotiations, right? That they wouldn't go above. But that still would have been another chunk of change that they were willing to, work with. So that means they had to have had options of trying to open up cap space. They've looked at that. So as it relates to maybe trading for someone where you have to take on a contract, I guess we can't rule it out in the sense that, there's some willingness to rearrange the cap a little bit. Obviously, Nwosu is a extension candidate who could open up cap space for this year. Jamal Adams' restructure would be really beneficial, but of course it takes two to tango. He's got to agree with it. But hey.
Here's a question. Have you ever tangoed?
No. What if the Broncos take a running back? Oh, they took Marvin Mims.
Marvin Tiny Mims.
The Broncos have DeMarcus Ware announcing their pick. That's funny. I wonder how Jerry Jones feels about that right now.
No. So Seattle picks 85, right? Was 83?
83.
Not too much longer. 20 more picks, and here's the Broncos. When are they going to draft offensive line to help Russell Wilson?
The fact that they neglected one of these guards.
It's terrible. It's actually a fireable offense.
Why does Sean Payton hate Russell Wilson?
Disgusting.
Are the Eagles going to draft Jason Kelsey's replacement right here? They are, aren't they?
Yeah, that makes sense. Perfect range, right? Don't know who that is, but wait, who's the small center? Is that Whitepler? He's kind of small.
Because Tippmann is like 6'6". Schmitz was 6'3". Well, Whippler's probably 6'3".
Whitepler's 6'3", but he's like barely 300 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, Kelsey was uniquely small. Yeah, we'll have to do draft grades. Okay, Griff, grade the Charbonnet and Hall picks.
Hall pick, C+. Subject to change. That's my hedge because it'd be good to watch more of him. And then Charbonnet, C+, that I don't think will change, no matter how much I like his tape.
I'll go B-, B-.
Okay.
B-, C+. I don't know. Chat, how
That's
would
fine.
you grade it? Twitter's kind of brutal. But Twitter's not a reflection of reality. It's just a small amount of people. Or so we're told. That column in Kansas is interesting. In Kansas City, Missouri. What is it? A water tower? Oh, Henry, F and F minus. You're just done here, huh?
Hey, man, different strokes. Interesting.
Griff, do you know what this big tower is in Kansas City?
Was it the World War I memorial? I don't know.
Oh,
Listen, we've got too many cities with too many statues. I don't know what all of them are supposed to be.
Henry, bottles of what? We never found out. I just saw spiced rum from African Achilles. I mean, that is one tall tower. Oh, Jen, yeah. DeJuan Jones. It's too much value. Love that thinking.
So
yes.
He apparently showed up like he gained a lot of weight after his combine apparently, and that turned a lot of teams off.
Yeah.
Like he just shut it down.
Yeah.
And he already kind of had weight problems.
Yeah.
Weight management problems for his position.
Yeah, who was that other guy whose weight kept going up? I can't remember. There was someone who like added 20 pounds when you don't want to. I mean, in theory, unless there's a run on the position, Seattle should have an opportunity at 83 to take one of these inside linebackers. Cheap wine? Henry, it's the draft. You don't need to do that. It's all okay. Oh, yeah. Well, Seattle said, nah, we're all right when it comes to these interior defensive line guys. I mean, I watched Pickens and it was pretty obvious that he was athletic, but like in terms of technique and like ability to play day one, have that floor that Griff talks about, that wasn't going to be a thing. He was most interesting when moving. Like the first highlight here, he's moving, but yeah. I'm not sure what I understand what Darnell Washington is, but like his tape wasn't that good.
Oh no, he's a complete and utter projection. He's not even that good of a blocker.
No.
Now he can be. He moves insanely, for his size, but he's a total. I mean, really, he was always a flyer to me.
Yeah. And the NFL apparently.
Yep. All right, I will be right back.
Oh, something's gonna happen.
Flying solo. See if you can tell better jokes than me.
Better jokes than Griff. I don't think I'll attempt comedy. Griff is too talented at that. So roster needs for Seattle are still fairly similar. I mean, we've had 5 picks. 5 picks? 4 picks? 4 picks. But yeah, kind of wild. I mean, at least they took running back. Who had it that the first need Seattle would draft would be the running back position? Of course, wide receiver 3 was a sneaky need. But you'd have to say interior defensive line, center, inside linebacker, off-ball linebacker type. That's got to happen in these next few picks, right? You would think they're taking interior defensive lineman with this next pick. Or a center. But guys who operate close to the football. I would like Alabama, Respire, and Young. Although I don't think he tested well, did he? Let's check that. No, he didn't. And he barely tested. Though, long enough arms. Yeah, it sounds like Siaki Ika is a medical thing as well, Lucas. But he's interesting because he penetrates, right? Like he gets in backfields, even though he's got that kind of prototypical nose build and testing. But Seattle spoke about having a different mode up front and like not just staying and playing, not being stuck in the same way of like playing blocks and holding guys up, but looking to split double teams more and penetrate more a bit up front. And Ika, I think, even though he's that kind of big, unathletic testing wise nose tackle, like his footwork and the kind of quicks he has in the short areas, that might make him a fit in that sense. But yeah, the medical apparently was done for. Any linebacker or defensive tackle from the XFL we can get. Oh, Henry is shambles over there. Raf Bird, Luke Whitepler next. Short, small, maybe. I think Seattle's going to wait it out. Remember, they're drafting best player available. So if we look at all the undrafted players, yeah.
Eagles took Tyler Steen.
Do you think they'll try and convert him to center?
No, because they have options already. I was wrong to say that. Twitter quickly corrected me, and I remembered their draft last year. But
if Simpson is there, they might end up taking him. Maybe Lucas. Again, that was just a crazy first round pick. Like people just pushing. Well, I mean, I guess Jack Campbell went in the first, but yeah.
Eagles just took Sidney Brown.
Oh. Well, that's a good pick, isn't it?
Probably.
That Eagles defense is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, man.
Stacked roster. Good for Sean Desai.
Yeah, although I think the Nolan Smith pick is a little bit of a heat check. Because
how do they play him? Are they going to start him? Are they going to try to develop him as like an off-ball guy a bit?
That's what I wonder about, because they have a hole at linebacker too, off-ball linebacker. With Edwards gone. I don't know if they had in-house options or not, but they've always kind of had linebacker issues.
Right. Yeah, Galen. Great comment again, Galen. Seahawks might have a top 3 offense next year if Evan Brown is even a little bit better than Blythe. I don't think Blythe is that bad, to be fair. But
Blythe was inconsistent because of injury reasons, really. But there is a stretch. But to Galen's point, there is a stretch where Blythe played pretty well, and the protection was rock solid for the most part. And I think Evan Brown gives you that for just about every week in, week out. So yeah, that definitely can improve the offense in that regard. One thing about the Jackson Smith and Jigba pick is that, like last year when the offense like tanked because they had injuries to Disley, to Marquise Goodwin, the rookie tackles regressed, and then they had injuries to Phil Haynes and Gabe Jackson and Blythe, like playing injured and stuff. During that stretch, the one thing that didn't regress was the deep ball. Like they still had the ability to get explosive just because anytime DK is singled up and Geno delivering a dime downfield, even when he's having a bad game, can still happen. And like even like the deep stuff to Tyler was still there. So what the JSN pick does is it really prevents the floor from bottoming out too far or too much, or if at all, when they run into their usual season-long attrition, like his skill set in particular. The possession-oriented stuff, staying ahead of the chains, and then also like the absence of negative plays because they lost possession-oriented targets. We're not going to see Geno trying because his play style didn't really change, even though the situation around him kind of deteriorated. So guys were getting open, so he's having to extend, or they're getting kind of open and he's forcing throws, right? So he kind of prevents that from happening. They kind of head that attrition off at the pass if their guys get nicked up. And then Tyler was nicked up too, right? So that's the other aspect, the other like kind of hidden value of the Jackson Smith and Jigba pick, on top of just how exciting he is fitting around the other guys and him himself just being a great receiver. So it's another passing thought I had.
Right.
But
yeah, I like how that is somewhat proactive pick as well.
Now he doesn't like he in the interim before, like until Lockett is kind of done, and hopefully he lasts really long. I mean, he lasts a long time, right? But with his injuries and then his cap situation being what it is and his age, I mean, it could be something like where it comes like any given year could be his last year, from here on out. So when he leaves, Smith and Jigba doesn't replace Lockett's skill set, right? But he'll definitely, be a target sponge. He'll soak up some of his targets. But in the interim, of all the receivers that they had, he definitely fits around and with Tyler and DK the best of the other receivers. But yeah, he doesn't help you replace Tyler. So that will have to be, they'll kick that can down the road. In the perfect world, you get a guy who, can fit around them and replace Tyler when that time comes. But you don't want to get too greedy. Just take the player you really like. So, and then also, I mean, Waldron, JSN is not Cooper Kupp or Justin Jefferson brand of slot, but there's definitely some overlap. And I'm sure he sees, like Waldron sees, like, okay, there's a clear a clear plan, a clear like idea,
Sure.
So
yeah,
I don't know why I just started talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba, but
because it's a bit more fun, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Taylor asked, hi Taylor. Taylor asked in the chat. Let's find it. Hello, lads. Judging by the facial expressions, I'm guessing our feelings about the picks today is mixed. Yeah, kind of. I mean, to me, like once, yeah, I didn't really like any of the interior defensive linemen at the spot they went. So
yeah,
I can get what they were doing.
That's where we had a little bit of classic Seattle overload friction because I would have taken Benton, but I would have preferred him at 51 as opposed to 37.
And he went
granted,
48.
he went 48. So maybe they would have pulled the trigger there.
Possible.
Yeah,
Taylor, we did think about Ojulari, but the testing and stuff. Yeah.
Il y a beaucoup de raisons de drafter Keanu Benton.
Non. Parce que
Oui, c'est vrai.
Benton, il n'est pas de level.
Listen, we could have fixed it, but it's moot now. So their only options are to trade for DeForest Buckner. They have no other choice.
Well, you know, they could just ride with this and then Puna Ford resigns.
Yeah. So, I mean, what do we think actually happens? So I think they bring back Puna Ford.
I think they draft two Dave. I think either they draft one guy round 3 here, or they draft 2 Dave 3 guys, and then they add 2 undrafted free agents. And then I think they re-sign Puna and maybe re-sign Al. But
I don't think they re-sign Al with all those moves on day 3 in UDFA. I think because they have, I think that 4 guys that are not on the roster. Well, yeah, I think 4 guys that are not on the roster make the 53. So I think Puna's one of them, and then 3 rookies. I think is the most likely scenario. And if they try to view Puna as one of their nose tackles, then I think they get him and then another pure nose tackle. So someone like Clark or Avery. Maybe another guy that's out there that we haven't heard about. And then they probably, draft like Cam Young, maybe what's his name? Robert Cooper. Because to me, they seem more like 3 techs.
Oh, but he's got tiny arms. There's
He's
no way
weird,
Robert
right?
Cooper gets drafted. You'd think.
Yeah. I kind of like how spotty he is.
Yeah, he is squatty. I didn't hate his tape.
Mm-hmm.
But it just felt like an undrafted free agent, like recruiting deal, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, the Lions took Hendon Hooker. That's funny. Good for him. The Lions are having a draft.
They are definitely doing what their heart wants to do, at least.
Yeah. And that's very important. Hooker looks way smaller than 217 pounds.
Wasn't he really tall, though?
I mean, 6'3", but like...
Oh, I thought he was 6'5" for some reason.
No.
Well, if he goes on to beat the RPO offense allegations and all the college hash
fake split
Hupel stuff, then good on him.
Yeah. Very accurate.
I mean, he's got the arm to run an explosive offense. I don't think it's a great arm. I think it's good, though.
Yeah. A bit of touch on it.
Byron Young to Vegas. Which Byron Young, though?
Don't be Alabama Byron Young. And we haven't seen your name in here before, Gentle Beast 95. So
I've seen Gentle Beast before.
Not tonight. Not as a pick spoiler. You have to earn a credential. Oh, Gentle Beast, no.
No.
Shambles.
Ah.
Gentle Beast, you just had to ruin it. Thank you for the information. Oh,
it was
dear.
only ever a dream.
It was all a dream. Well, that makes it very much Dave 3, guys. Unless people keep getting pushed up, but like if Ika's like a medical thing, then I don't know who you take. Ajoma, maybe. But as we said about Ajoma, he's like a big edge, isn't he?
He's closer to usage. He's closer to Keon than he is Byron Young. But even then, I think I liked Keon projecting inside more anyway than Ojimo. I don't know. I feel like with Ojimo, it might just be an emphasis thing because the Texas line is kind of weird the way that they all play. So I don't know. He maybe if they like his profile, then they can make it work. The other thing though is that he's another one of these 285 guys.
What? Sorry. Tank Dell got comped to Marquise Brown. What? Like, what? No. Sorry.
No, the Raiders are drafting the Tennessee Byron Young. Which one is it?
Breer, I think. Well, Breer's been very inaccurate. So.
Yep.
What happened? What is Seahawks PR doing?
What are they doing?
I don't know, but they've just tweeted out Seahawks media room update #cringe. And then
Apparently it's an inside joke.
Yeah. But what's going on? This is bad PR. The press relations. I don't understand. Inside jokes don't translate well via the Twitters. Chat, do any of you know what the Seahawks PR are on about here? I'm very confused. Oh, they messed up the announcement picture for Derek Hall.
Yeah.
How? How did they mess it up? You know how they messed it up, Griff?
No.
Oh, you're just saying yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
They said University of Auburn instead of Auburn University. Oh my word. That is disgusting. Absolute disgrace. Awful. No, okay. Is that something that Auburn cares about? I imagine it is. Like if you put a prospect was from Ohio State University without the.
We're back to firing the Seahawks. Fire everybody.
Yep, get them out. Get them out.
Unless they're referring to the Auburn faux pas.
War Eagle. Do you know the story of the War Eagle, Griff?
I watched some special about where the Roll Tide War Eagle thing came from, and then I forgot it. Right. Do you have any thoughts there you'd like to share?
Well, when I was in Mobile, Alabama, I got a lift with a taxi driver who had an Auburn license plate, like Auburn Tigers. So I asked him about where War Eagle came from, and he told me, but I forgot.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I like learning cool things and then forgetting it. I do that all the time.
Yeah, same. It's so cool. The only thing I don't forget is like football things. Yeah. Other like, let's be clear, scheme things, because I've obviously forgot War Eagle. Miller in round 4 or 5 would have been better than Charbonnet. Who is Miller?
Kendre Miller, right?
Right. Oh yeah, just went to the Saints. So.
M's lost.
He would have been better.
Per our friend Taylor, friends lost. No, it's all right. Kelnick.
They lost. No.
Rodriguez had a good game. Julio.
No. Damn it.
Cal donged one.
That's so unfortunate.
They wasted a good outing from Castillo. Of course they did.
Who tries to close it? Who was the reliever? Who gave them relief?
Looks like Gott gave up the run to tip the scales.
He's got to do better.
It's all right. The Mariners are not a April ball club.
No. How many games are they below 500 now?
I think 4.
Oh no. It's Marinova. Got. Indeed. When does the Kraken game begin? I will be watching. Go Kraken, go. Or is that tomorrow? That's today, right? All the days blend into one, because technically here it is.
Yeah.
Saturday. It's Saturday.
They played today. They played today this evening.
Surely that kick pucks off soon. Are they going to puck yet? When they puck around.
Don't ask me, man. I've been slacking hardcore with my
now,
hockey
Griff,
fandom.
Is the time, I believe, to jump on the bandwagon.
I mean, I catch a few games, but I need to really get into it.
Yeah, it's kind of hard because, like, my issue with it is you can't really tell if the puck's gone in the goal. And like the best thing about soccer, right, is when you see the ball ripple in the net and your team scored, and you're like, yes, what a great goal. But with hockey, you just sort of have to be like, oh, I think, oh yeah, they're celebrating. That's a goal.
Who?
You don't listen.
The Seahawks war room? Oh, I thought you shifted too. No, I was listening. I didn't. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay,
I see what you're saying now. Yeah, they're celebrating the goal.
I'm getting a drink. I'm not doing this.
Damn.
So it's over.
I was listening. He was talking about hockey goals versus soccer goals and knowing whether or not they scored. Did I care? This is a totally different topic. Was I listening? Yes. Don't tell Maddie I said that. Every word he says, I hang on to. How would we feel about Ika 83? I don't know. Initially, I thought that he was a 3rd-round pick, maybe a 2nd-round pick, and then I kind of got to his bad games, and then I started to see the range with him. So I still think he's probably the best nose tackle in the draft, like the best pure nose tackle. To contrast with Mozzie Smith, I think Mozzie can be a 3 technique. I think Benton should definitely be a 3 technique. But anyway, of the pure run stuffing nose tackles, I thought he was the best, but I don't think the margin between him and the next guy is that great. So
What's not great?
what? We are approaching.
Okay, my volume's broke for some reason. I'll be back.
Okay.
Stay on the stream.
Okay. Giants go Hyatt. Maddie lives in London. Can we break down some of the defensive tackles still available? Well, we've kind of been talking about them. Byron Young just went. Laura Ojimo is kind of more of a big end, less of a pure interior player, but he definitely plays some 4-eye for Texas. If they take him, it means that they think that it means that they think he can handle a bigger workload inside. My thing there, though, is with Draymond Jones being 285, I don't like having both of your ends in the 3-4 being that light. I want one of them to be beefier. Unless they just really like the player, then okay, fine. They can still get the bigger run stuffers later on. We've talked a lot about Cam Young, who, 4th, 5th round guy. So he'd be a solid pick. Then the pure nose tackles. I mean, there's still Siaki Ika there, but there could be some medical concerns. Jared Clark makes sense. They revisited with Calvin Avery. I think he's probably an undrafted free agent, but he's in the vein of Brian Monet. He could be a solid run stuffer for you inside.
But enough of the football.
Carl Brooks is a name we haven't mentioned a lot. He tested terribly, really short arms. I thought on tape, he kind of moves well.
You liked him at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
You said a few nice things.
But they're probably out on him with the measurables. So I don't think the measurables are what they're looking for.
No. Unfortunate. Tragic. Was he a short-armed?
Very.
Yeah. 13.
And then the other thing is that even though he's 300 pounds, he's an actual edge. Like he's an actual 5 technique, the way they played him. Like he rarely played inside.
Right.
So, which is strange.
Mm. So, what's my libation? Libation? Hooch Sniper asked. I currently water, but I am for the Kraken game. I'm going to have a. I think I'm going to have Glencadam 10-year-old. Very cheap, well, relatively cheap, and very nice whiskey for the price. And what city do I live in? London. So Henry, big city.
Don't worry, I already doxed you
You
for them.
doxed me.
Yeah.
Nice. Thanks.
You're welcome.
But yeah, back to the football. How would we feel about Adebawore here? Not very. I mean, there's a time you do it. They might actually be thinking 5th round, take a flyer like they did with Woolen. I'm kind of surprised someone else hasn't taken a flyer, and it honestly speaks to how tough his fit is. Like you mentioned Griff in one of our pre-draft episodes about how the Ravens are experimenting with him as an outside linebacker type because, and they did work him out there. It's because like his interior play is just so poor that like you have to kind of find a way for him to work. And like his best stuff comes when he, like at the Senior Bowl, when he was going from like 3 tech to like over the center, like a bit of a run up. He can really activate his speed and convert that to power, so am I excited for Newcastle United playing the Champions League next season, Henry? Well, as a long suffering Newcastle United fan, I will not count my chickens until they've hatched. I still can't really believe any of what's happening. It's bizarre on multiple levels. Zach Harrison to the Falcons. Well, that's kind of a name that Seattle might have considered, but I don't think it's like he's not big enough to.
He's in tweener land for them now.
Yeah, and I don't know if they can take a tweener. Like they need floor. They need a guy who can come in and be a D tackle.
Yeah.
Does Ade just need to add weight? I mean, that would interestingly complement his game, but like his problems take all technique and block recognition and like football savvy.
He either needs to add weight or drop it, I think.
Yeah. He's at a tweener weight at the moment. Did we do him in our tweeners podcast or in our defense tackles podcast?
Tweener.
Yeah, because I think a friend of the show, Dan, asked about like why we had him in the tweeners thing, and I never got around to addressing it, but it was because of what we're speaking about now.
All right, Maddie, I have to abandon you. I'm sorry.
Disgusting. Boo this man. Shame him.
I will be back.
Good luck, Griff. If people want to just abandon me, where can they find your appearance?
Jackson Bevins, a Cigar Thoughts podcast. So not live stream, so don't worry about it.
Produced by Mike Barwin. I really like Mike Barwin.
Top lad.
Great lad. Absolute top guy. Right, guys. Back where we started, huh? Nice booing. Let's go, chat. Okay, chat. In this intermission, although it's not really an intermission because the Seahawks are about to pick. In this intermission, please like the video. We have only got 44 likes. There's 79 of you watching. Liking the video helps. Keep the comments coming. Questions. They can be football themed. They don't have to be football themed. Let's get the questions going. Arsenal, Man City for the English Premier League. Man City. Hardly a bold take. Zach Harrison, someone I thought would be a fit in if Seattle is going to be like he's a 5 tech, right? He was a 5 tech. Oh, thank you, Sada. Very full. Which one has Yedlin? DeAndre Yedlin was in Turkey, I think. I don't know where he is now. Who are the best picks remaining? Let's see. Prospects. Undrafted. No position. Oh, position. Josh Downs hasn't been drafted. Kaylee Ringo. I loved Ringo. I absolutely loved Ringo. He was really smooth. I don't know if there's something going on with him. Like it's like he ran fast. That's the whole deal with 5 overall as well. Like I know that Witherspoon had such a special mentality. Like Pete Carroll compared him to Troy Polamalu, which is absolutely crazy. Praise. And he hits people and he's physical. But like, there's decent corners still left. Like I thought Ringo was really good. Tyler Scott's still out there, intriguing. Probably not a thing to do now that they've got Jackson Smith and Jigba, a high pick to fill the wide receiver 3 comp and probably fill that role, you'd hope. DeJuan Jones, we spoke about that. Conditioning. Darnell Washington, we spoke about that. Just a big kind of projection. I don't think it's as much as a projection as he just needs to get better at blocking. And then like route running. Griff was saying it's projection. I don't think he's. Yeah, it's just hard to get better at that point. Tucker Craft, that could be an interesting one. Trenton Simpson, maybe they go inside linebacker here. Chandler Zavala, that's an interesting idea at guard. Now, he is a redshirt senior, so he is an older prospect, but his testing, 6'3", 322 pounds, and he knocked it out of the park, didn't he? Maybe that's something that they consider. Oh, Kraft went to Green Bay. Brilliant. Bloody brilliant. Someone asked, wow, thank you for the donation, Pyromania. That is very kind. Please do ask a question. Let me get to the chat. If I was British, if you was British, Galen, would I be able to tell what part of London you're from based on your accent? Probably not. Cause one, I haven't always been in London, yeah, probably not. It's not like a stereotypical. It's not like a Cockney accent or East London accent. No. Simpson or Whiteler would be cool too. Yeah, you could go for a center. You definitely could go for a center. Is Zavala cleared? What do you mean by cleared, Jeremy? Just because Griff is gone, pints on me. Yes, Pyromania. Let's get pints. Let's get it. I would enjoy pints, multiple pints. That's a good idea, actually. I don't think a pub is open at 3 a.m. That's one cool thing about America that isn't really a thing in Britain. Like pubs shut at 11 here, and you can go to a nightclub. Doesn't Trenton Simpson only fit those 4-3 teams with 3 off-ball linebackers? Says Scott. You know what? Yeah, I get your thinking, but I think he's such a project that you sort of plug him, mold him. I think athleticism and run and hit wise, he could do a lot. You just got to unlearn some things and learn some other things. Dan Thompson, thank you, Dan. I hope you heard us answer your thing about why Adebawore was a tweener. Keep up the good work, Matt and Griff. First time watching the stream live. Thanks for the shout out. Go Hawks. There you go. You did. Thank you so much for the donation, Dan. Appreciate your support. You're very kind. Is Zavala medically cleared with his back issue? Heard that was a concern, but not sure. Jeremy, you know more than me. I didn't know that. Possibly not, eh? That's unfortunate for him. Poor guy. Other guy falling as well because of that is Ika. And obviously Osiris Torrance went a lot later because of a medical thing. It happens, doesn't it, in the draft? Haven't had any off-field guys fall that far other than Jalen Carter, right? Going at 9. Though the difficult thing is, because I'm streaming and talking generally to other people, I haven't actually had any of the coverage on, so I haven't heard any of the stories, really. I mean, I've got it on, but not the audio. What about Jacqueline Roy right here? Well, D-line expert's not here. Griff is not here. But that's a name, isn't it? That's a name. And Jacqueline Roy out of LSU, I believe he was a slightly bigger type, right? Like in terms of arm length. Let me check. 6'3" with 32 and 3/4 inch arms and 305 pounds of weight, and a junior. Possibly. They'd ideally like that over 33 inches. Brian LeBorn with a $10 donation. Thank you so much, Brian. Please ask a question if you so fancy. Henley at 83, yes or no, from Gentle Beast. Very interesting. So Henley at the Senior Bowl was my first exposure to him. And I was like, who's this linebacker? Like, he was light, but he absolutely dominated the coverage. He was able to slip blocks and run to the ball in a kind of Seahawky way. The way he was getting sideline to sideline was Seahawky. The fact he was wearing number 1 made me think of a little baby Jordan Brooks. I was so excited. I was like, "Oh, this is an interesting guy." Then you realize that he's lighter than Brooks. He's a baby Brooks like that as well. It's actually so rare that Brooks was almost 200 and he's over 240 pounds, wasn't he? And that's why he's a first round pick, along with the fact he had absolutely dominant Texas Tech tape, high production. Whereas Henley's like a sub package player, even at Washington State. Even at Washington State, he's a sub package player. So all of this to say, I think Seattle doesn't really need like a Henley type, and at 83 feels rich, but maybe you could mold him. Like in an ideal world, you put some added weight onto him, but he's a converted wide receiver who's an older prospect anyway. So whether he can add that weight and remain fast is a different question. I think he ran in the 4.6s, so he's, or maybe 4.5s. So I liked Henley, but after watching him at Washington State and like USC was a tough game for that defense. But I was like, yeah. And he has a thing that a few of the prospects have where he's in a defense which is just throw so much stuff at a wall, see what sticks. Some of it might not, some of it will. Highly, highly multiple, so many different looks. And you just kind of struggle to get a grasp on things. Like it's tough for him to get like a clean rep. Yeah, misfit. That's the thing with Simpson as well. He's in that kind of 230 plus pound range, so it's definitely intriguing. They might like Simpson as well because he is such a move type of player. Like because he moved around so much at Clemson, they might view that as a moldable thing, like a ball of clay, ball of putty, all of those things where you can go off and mold someone like that. Misfit asked about Gerald Clark. Yeah, probably an undrafted free agent target, him. 326, baby. Maybe. I wonder who Carolina traded up for. Clearly excited. Right then. Let's see what Twitter's saying. Seahawks. People really just don't like the idea of a second round running back, huh? I get it, but DJ Johnson, the Oregon Edge. Yeah. Oregon Edge. Well, I don't think Seattle will take another edge. I do not think so. But we're getting close. Who do you want the pick to be? Who do we want the pick to be? I'd be good with... If they took Simpson, I'd get kind of excited. I like the value at this point. Size, speed, ability to go run, hit, sniff out plays. You can mold that up. And if they take him, they clearly think they are able to do that, right? Still fairly young. I love myself an inside linebacker, so... Ade, we've talked about Jen, but like... That's a massive, massive project. Massive. Like, I can't understate how much he has to learn. Jeremy saying DeJuan Jones guard convert. I wasn't opposed to it. Well, especially when they had that visit with him. But the reason he slid this far is, and remember, Abraham Lucas went in the third round, didn't he? But the reason DeJuan Jones, another right tackle, slid this far, there's clearly like the fact his weight went up, and his off-season process just didn't go well. It didn't seem serious. Jair Brown out of Penn State as a safety, someone I haven't watched, but he's highly rated, isn't he? I think he can run and hit a bit. Yeah, Scott, you're right. DeJuan Jones does fall inside. He'd be a huge guy to run around at guard and in the shorter space. That's the thing, but he does fall down a lot, and I don't know if you can do that. And just a 6'8" guard anyway, is that even feasible? I know Gino's taller, but like 6'8" is very tall. Passing lane wise, it'd be a bit odd. Okay. Brown can't process. That is very rude, Scott. Come on. Let's not be rude. Let's not be mean. Oh, you mean Jair Brown? Oh, I see. Ade is high character and Pete loves projects. Jen, I'm sure he's a nice chap. A third round project like this, though, we'll see. Didn't we think Tariq was going to be a similar project at cornerback last year? We did, Galen, and that's my point. He was a fifth round pick. And he was a fifth round pick for a reason. So I'm interested at what point they switch from going best player available. And this draft's probably less talented than last year, so maybe they do it earlier. But what point do they switch from going best player available to going more for the kind of athletic bets, like Tariq Woolen, who, by the way, they seem to like character-wise. He seems like a pretty driven, humble guy, quiet, but yeah. So, I mean, maybe they do Addy now, but it just seems too high to do something like that. Like, there's still enough players out here. Scott, I disagreed that third round is project time. I disagree. And that's okay. They could take the center still. If they care. But do they care? And it could be like an athletic tackle as well. One of these guys whose tapes up and down, or they're from a small school, but they tested well. You know how much that tree of coaches likes doing something like that. Ricky Stromberg's still out there from Arkansas, and so is Luke White. Olu Olawatimi is still there. Like, there's center options in the third round. I'm interested at this point. Very interested. So Wiper's got short arms, like really short arms. I know they've sort of been a bit happier to pass that sort of thing up, but they're so short. Stromberg is a bigger type, right? He had over 33-inch long arms. He's also 6'3". Like, his problem is outside runs, so I don't know how much of a scheme fit he is for Seattle. I like also not just like on tape, but testing. Oh, testing wise, he ran a 7.5 second 3-cone. That's not terrible. Interesting. And then Oluwatimi, he has 32 and 3/4 inch arms, so basically 33 inches. Interesting. Other guys, Juice Scruggs, you haven't spoke about him. He had a 4.63 second short shuttle at his pro day, which was quicker than his 4.82 seconds time. Hey, Gentle Beast 95, please don't spoil the Seattle pick. Let's react to it live in here. Oh, Scruggs was picked. Thank you, everyone. Makes sense. Makes sense. That UCLA line was very fun. They knocked guys over. Except Scruggs played for Penn State. Scruggs has got me. We are 3 hours, 30 minutes into the stream. I got. I need another cup of coffee. It's 3:12. Yeah, chat. Red alert, chat. No spoiling the Seattle pick. Let's react live. Buccaneers took Stetson Bennett. Hey, Stetson Bennett can run. Let's convert him to tight end. Little tight end trick play. Yaya Diaby from Louisville to Tampa Bay. That is interesting. He's someone you wondered about for Seattle. And he's one of those guys I was saying at the start, but it's classic college defense just makes it so difficult to get the right reps. Yeah, don't test my ban button. No spoilers. Am I saying Stetson Bennett is Taysom Hill? Well, I'm not saying that. The guy walked a 4.640. What is it like? I feel like every Seahawks pick, they've gone to commercial. The Seahawks traded out. That's a spoiler. I wanted to see this live. To the Broncos? That is funny. That says to you how the Seahawks feel about this draft. And also, they don't give a crap about centers. They are fine going cheap at center. Even for the NFL, which is historically not valuing centers. Even funnier is Griff has gone on a podcast for 20 minutes and he's going to be just talking about how they traded out. So that's cool. Are we still in the third round? Are the Seahawks still in the third round, please? I need terms. If you're going to spoil it, come in with terms. God damn it. Or did you get me? Oh, would you like to see an interesting tweet? Now, for some reason, links are stupid, but like, have a look at this tweet. Very interesting tweet here. Just super interesting. Great. The Broncos don't have a 3. Bloody great. What? They did it for a 4th round pick in 2024. It's That's so a 3rd? Come on. Terms. Give me terms. Terms. Okay, so Denver got Seattle traded number 83 to Denver for number 108 and a 2024 3rd round pick. Nice. Fine. Seattle's maybe done, but then Schneider does occasionally trade back up. I don't know. I was saying earlier that it could be one of these rare drafts where Schneider goes the whole thing without actually making a trade because they had 10 picks. And they clearly didn't feel that good about this draft after a certain point. There's no one they really wanted to go get. A 4 and a 3. That's nice. I mean, fine. If they don't like it, they don't like it. Watch the Broncos take Whitepler. Oh, they took Riley Moss. Great. Fine. Let them do that. Okay. Questions. Isn't Witherspoon a better Kobe Bryant replacement than Mike Jackson? Not really, Scott. Like, okay, he is smaller than Mike Jackson, but like, what they like about Mike Jackson is, well, one, he didn't get beat deep, which Witherspoon doesn't really either. But Mike Jackson hits in run support, and that's kind of Witherspoon. They both bring physicality to the left side. Witherspoon can play slot though. They'll kind of let the competition settle that. But it's nice that they've got a guy who can push both positions, certainly. And don't forget, Trey Brown's there competing out there as well. So, and he's another one of these guys who he could play in, he could play out. He's probably going to start out, but yeah, is an outside when I say out. Yeah, maybe Denver will be bad, and that 3rd round pick is a mid to high one again. Hopefully. They're like in a weird position, aren't they? Like, hopefully for them that they can rebuild Russell Wilson, but let's see. Looks like it's time for the project picks. Yeah. You know what? You're not necessarily wrong. It might now just be the Flyers. I'm gonna go watch the Kraken. Looking forward to day 3. Taylor, enjoy the Kraken. Thank you for coming. And I'm going to watch the Kraken at some point. Hope, they need to hurry up with this draft now. Witherspoon doesn't get beat at all, apparently. Who said that? I'd be curious who was on their board. 509 Adventures. So would I. Good to see you. Yeah. All I heard was that Anthony Richardson was the number 1 player on their board. There's probably a few others. They've also spoke about how over the years their draft boards have got smaller and smaller. Is there a slim chance that all the players that they really liked have gone? Or even, I doubt the whole board's been drafted, but yeah. That's the thing with trading out here, though. You do pass up on getting like a Devon Achane where, okay, you took a round 2 running back and round 3 running back might have been too memey, but like he's a special teams stud, like returner. You could have got an option there. Was Adam Carter, Mike Morris, a project to move inside outside? He was a top 30 visit. Interesting name. Griff liked him, and he did pop for me as well when watching Mazzy Smith. He might be a UDFA. Like he's more like he is like a inside outside type. You're right. Oh, Henley went to Los Angeles. Great. The Chargers. Sada, who went at 19 again? I don't know. I can't remember that being when you say about being sniped. I can't remember who went pick 49 either. So yeah, expand on that, please. With no D-line picks, I wonder if Sherm was right about the change on D. 5-9 adventures. I don't think so. Like, if you're running a 3-4 or 4-3, you need more than one 300-pound defensive lineman. And last year, they ran a 2-4-5 with 2 interior defensive tackles. So if anything, the fact they've only got 1 interior defensive lineman over 300 pounds reflects more 2-4-5 if you wanted to go down that route. Personally, I don't think they're going to do that. I just think they haven't liked any of the guys enough yet. A ton of quick backs later. Cansey and Benton. Oh, say that. I do not think they'd have taken Cansey. I'd have been shocked. I know they seem to be doing like best player available thing, and they wanted to get more disruptive in a different mode, but like, I really would have been shocked by that, and would not have liked it. I just don't see how he can hold up. Like, he's just a situational pass rusher. It's like a luxury they can't really afford. And then I guess the way you try and get him on the field more is playing him more as an end. But and then Benton, I thought Benton went 48. I must have got that wrong. Maybe, never know. Have interested in their press conference after this one. Very interested. Like, why? Ask them why they decided to trade down. Like, did loads of their guys start going when they didn't think they would? That sort of stuff. 19 was Cansey to the Bucks. Oh yeah, thank you. Yep. Yeah, I don't think Will McDonald was. I don't think they'd have taken Will McDonald as high as he went. Misfit. Jen, thank you. Thanks for all you guys do, Matty, Griffin, Ty. Love from Toronto. Love to you, Jen, from London. And I'm sure Griff would send it as well, and Ty from their respective places. Ty in Toronto too. A salary cap trade, says Rick. I mean, I don't think it works like that. Like, what are they saving going from a 3rd round to a 4th round? They still got the pick. Scott says, oh no, I see. Yeah, I see. Imagine being Griffin and leaving to do a podcast just for a trade down. Absolutely. Imagine. Couldn't be me. I didn't. Couldn't be me. Imagine. Just imagine. Pete Carroll, John Schneider might be waiting to sign guys until after Monday so they don't count against the comp pick formula, or have they already lost all potential comp picks at this point? I'm too tired to work that out. But like, Draymond Jones was a big signing. So unlikely. I think we're beyond that. I think the free agency approach was more about the fact that they spent a lot of the money on Draymond Jones, and it suits both parties to wait out what happens in the draft when you haven't like a Poona Ford, a Shelby Harris, Al Woods. Those guys need to wait out the draft to see who needs them the most, where they can get the most money, and what's the best spot for them playing opportunity wise and all that stuff. Seattle need to wait it out because they just didn't have that much money, and they need to know what they come out the draft with. Brian LeBourne, they have specific guys in mind and they know they will be there later. That has been the pattern in previous drafts. I think you're onto something. Yep. I think if, Kobe Bryant was a 4th round pick last year, wasn't he? They circle those guys who meet the character, and the pool gets less and less, and they'll just take them where they take them. But it's interesting they felt the need to trade that out of that 3rd round pick with Denver. Yeah, I don't think it's a cap saving measure. I don't think the savings are that much. Yeah, Dan. So I think you say praying we can find a way to bring back Puna now. I think that's going to happen. At least one, probably Puna. Al is old. Oh, Trenton Simpson went to Baltimore. But Seattle had a chance. Like, they could have taken him if they liked him. They clearly didn't. So they didn't take him. And yeah, they've passed up the inside linebackers. Henley's gone to the Chargers. That kind of sucks. I was sort of had in the back of my mind that could be an option for Seattle. But that's sort of what trading down from the third round means. But yeah, I think Puna will come back. Al, more of a question mark. Shelby, possibly, but yeah, both of them might be tough. Because they're going to have young guys. Well, maybe. They haven't drafted one yet. But they should have young guys and undrafted free agents. So, yeah. Yeah, Simpson in Baltimore is an interesting fit, right? Because they have Patrick Queen and they have... Oh, but Patrick Queen's in the last year of his deal, right? Weird defense as well. Enjoy getting barbecue stuff, 509 Adventures. Passing on linebackers means they have faith in Devin Bush, has said. I mean, maybe. I think they'll take one later, you'd think. But then I thought that last year, and they passed up a promising class, which I still find a bit annoying. Niners picked Jair Brown. Okay, let's see the instincts here. Because he's kind of like a slot type, right? He has a bit of that background. Good ball skills. I wonder how similar all of the safeties highlights look. Although this blitzing stuff is a bit different. So chat, have we... I'm waiting for the Seahawks to post their draft videos. So like looking at all these draft rooms that they show on the telly, so that I can pause the video when it's like looks slightly unblurred on one part of the board and then zoom in on it. Normal behavior, that sort of stuff. Oh yeah, Noah Sewell, that's a name. That is a name. Seattle's basically done a fantasy football draft, haven't they? Oh, I don't know. Not long left now. I don't know what the point would be of them trading back in. They're done for the day, aren't they? They're done for the day. So grade-wise, I said I called Derek Hall a B minus, and I called Chardonnay a C plus, I think. No. Okay, I will revise my grades. Derek Hall can be a B minus, and Chardonnay can be a B. I think that's a Charbonnet, not Chardonnay. Charbonnet. Yeah, I think that's a good addition. Again, they all make sense. It's just the lack of the Yeah, the lack of the interior defensive lineman, which is exactly what we were saying last night after the first round. So it's not exactly yeah, not exactly surprising. I said B minus C plus originally. Yeah, I mean I'm floating between those things, Seda. I really am. John, thanks for the live streams, Matty. Been with you since the Jordan Brooks podcast. Looking forward to the future content. John, thank you so much. That's very kind. If you want to ask a question, please do. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. And Galen, again, thank you so much. Very kind. Please do ask a question if you want to. I'll get to it. But yeah, thanks for the donations. Very generous people. Would you guys be interested in the Day 3 live stream? That will be a slog. And I don't know if Griffin is but I think we have to do one, right? Because Seattle's got, I think it was, how many picks have they got? 6 picks? I say that honestly, not really. I asked a question, you gave an answer. I appreciate it. Thank you, Galen. Did someone get McBride? Yeah, I think so, Scott. Yeah, maybe for the first couple of rounds. Yeah, Seda. Yeah, because then things get a bit. Yep. Do it. Okay, Adam. I don't have any responsibilities. A recap pod would be nice. Yeah, Matthew, we'll have a recap pod. We'll do draft grades. We'll just clickbait it. We'll sell our souls. We'll be sleuths. You could do it through the 5th. That's 4 picks. Interesting, John. Interesting. I think you've got to see it to the end. Hey, Scott. That's not funny. And yeah, I see that. Make Griff buy you a new teacup. Oh, we got some jokers, huh? Alex Ward. Kevin, with all the respect in the world, I don't know who Alex Ward is. There's a lot of names right now, but yeah. Is that bad? Is he a local guy? Let me Google. Let's find out who Alex Ward is. Oh. He's a long snapper for the UCF Knights. You know what? Kevin, I like that knowledge. he could. I mean, they need a long snapper. You know they're going to do that in they won't do that in the 7th round. They'll do that in the 5th round or something, and everyone will be like, "What? What are you doing?" I mean, they might be going for a Adaba war rates at this point. I think in the 4th round, I'm good with it. It was just 3rd round, it felt high, but then they've just traded out of the 3rd round for 3rd round next year. So, what do I know? Stetson Bennett still available. Let's not forget, people, ladies and gentlemen. So, with all that said as well, their decision to trade down from, and this could be a curse, but their decision to trade down with Ricky Stromberg, Luke Whitepler, Olu Oluwatimi all still there, they might still have a shot at center in round 4. They could have got it done. Now, maybe I all look silly for saying that. Oh, John, no, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the donation. I was just messing around. When you have all the power of the putting people in the timeout, it's addictive. But John, thank you very much. That's very kind. And Griff and I don't listen to each other. We need to work on that. 202. Brian, he at a certain point you like it. Could be their guy. They need to draft one inside linebacker, surely. Like, if it's a guy who's come up in an Alabama system, he could. The importance of inside linebackers, especially as we approach day 3, it's not just to compete for a starting spot. It's more about the special teams. In a 3-4, your special teams comes from. It has to come also from the outside linebackers because they're lighter bodies, right? Like if you think about a 4-3, those DNs aren't going to be playing on the types of special teams that the inside linebackers mean. Inside linebackers do. Or the off-ball linebackers. And has Tucker Kraft been drafted? Because, again, potentially he has. Okay. Darnell Washington still undrafted. Josh Wiley. Am I a Kraken fan? AJ, I am a Kraken fan. I don't know that much about ice hockey. Like, I know bits, but I'm not massively knowledgeable. But I will be watching. What's the score at the moment? Are they doing well? Are they playing well? Because they don't that game, what was it? Game 6? Game 5. Game 5. They absolutely they battered them. Absolutely battered them. I couldn't believe it was only 1-goal win. Yeah, Kraft to Green Bay. Fair enough. Makes sense. Okay, so a little inside linebacker run going here. 0-0. Cool. Haven't missed any goals. Well, Kevin, you say as opposed to field hockey, and that comes across kind of shitty. We don't have ice in the UK. Like, field hockey is more played than ice hockey because you have to find a facility. We don't really skate that much, so field hockey more common here. So that was a slip of the British to say ice hockey like that. Climate pledge rocking. Love to hear that, Jen. Love to hear that. So, chat, what is this tower in Kansas City? It's very impressive and very tower-like and big, pointy. What is it? The concrete thing. Field hockey is brutal. Lots of broken ankles. Yeah, I didn't break my ankle, but I did cut my knee open very badly playing field hockey. But that was because we were playing on concrete, not or gravel. Yeah. Oh, Kevin, field hockey's big thing. I mean, it's not, but yeah, it kind of is. Kind of is. Our female team did really well. They're probably still good. I just don't follow hockey. Field hockey. There goes Dorian Williams. Yeah, this is all the inside linebackers, isn't it? But they passed them up. They had the chance to do it, and they said no. So I think similarly to how the Jalen Carter being passed up thing, you're like, at least you know that Seattle, they've done their due diligence. They've done the scouting into these guys, and they've gone, nah, do you know what? We're all good. We're all good. We've had a look at this guy, and we just don't feel he's quite worth it. How's my... Oh, dear. Colorado scored. Boo. How's your American football team doing? My football team that I coach is doing well. We want to know. We got a shutout. I'm the defensive coordinator. So, yeah, good. Stuff to work on. We'll get there. Good guys. Papo is still there, Scott, but how much longer? I doubt much longer. Jeremy says, I think they didn't think Henley, Simpson, and Williams would all go right after trading down. I think they did, though, Jeremy. Like, they had to have thought something like that because they're like the more athletic, kind of bigger body types, aren't they? And then there's probably another ledge after them on their board, you know? Matthew, such coach speak. Well, I'm a coach. Playing Jamal at linebacker would be so stupid since he's built out of sticks, says Brian. Brian, let's be nice. Let's be nice. Safeties have to hit too. Durability in football is pretty hard to hide. Hey, Scott, I can't tell you what we're running because opponents could study this. So, but you could probably guess if you catch my drift. How many big end types would we usually roster? Asked Dan. Just Jao need at the moment. Who suits that profile? That's such a good question. Oh, I mean, Dan, they just need guys over 300 pounds. But Draymond Jones is technically like a big end type. And then in the draft, Ojimo is kind of that. Moro Ojimo. He's more of an outside-inside type, but he's sort of that. That's someone to look at. Yasir Abdullah is a guy with the right measurables. Yeah, Adam Carter, that's a good point as well about a big end. Yasir Abdullah is, yeah. And he could get a bit bigger. We don't really have someone to back up Jamal if Love is supposed to be the nickel, right? Brian asks. Well, so the safety plays nickel, right, in some packages, and then Kobe Bryant will play nickel in other packages. So Love is still Jamal Adams' primary backup. They'll also draft or undrafted free agent or sign a cheap one, you know, as depth. So it's not, don't worry about that. You're overthinking it, I think. Kevin, that would be cool if Pete Carroll did that. I would rather just work for Pete Carroll. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, we played Al, Jaron, Puna out there before. Right, Scott. Yeah, Al Woods, Jaron Reed, Puna Ford all played as the big ends, the 5 technique types. Oh. Right. No one answered what the tower was in Kansas City. The concrete thing. Big bloody tower. What was that? I might have to Google it because I'm very curious. Griff thought it was a First World War monument. Darnell Washington to the Steelers. There you go. Another player Seattle didn't want. Ivan Pace Jr. never watched him, says Scott. That is a kind of day 3 guy. Because he can run and hit. He's just small. He's just really small. He's like a special teams guy. He's at the Senior Bowl. Yeah. Kevin, what's the monument? What's it for? They're showing it on the coverage. It's like a really tall concrete tower. Kansas City does not have a Space Needle, which is why Seattle is better than Kansas City. Is it just called the monument, and is it just for the First World War? No idea. Missouri is weird. Wow. Matthew. Let's be nice. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, players. Kevin, I don't know. I'm not seeing it. Okay. My description wasn't good enough. No one. The Liberty Memorial was dedicated in honor of those who served in World War I. Thank you, John. Maybe it's that. It's like, see where the stage is? It's like opposite the stage, but a lot further back. Kansas City looks fun though. I just eat like so much barbecue. The Liberty Memorial. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, chat. Today I have learned. Very tall. Very, very tall. Okay. So the centers are still there. There's still some big, long interior defensive line guys. There's still some interesting wide receivers. Not that they need that. Yeah, Adam Carter, right on time. It's not Keon Brooks, is it? I can't remember his first name. Moro Ajomo and Iki Siaka all available at pick 108 when Seattle next picks in the 4th round. Yeah, they're going to have some big guys who are there. Most, Siaka might be a different case because he is, supposedly sliding because of medicals as well as the fact that he tested poor and knows. So what's the value? Gentle Beast 95. Would you have preferred BJ Ojulari over Derek Hall at pick 37, Seattle's first second round pick? Yeah, in real time I would, yeah. But that's kind of like partly a stylistic thing, but like the way Ojulari is able to dip and ghost and maintain balance around the arc and shorten corners, very exciting. At 37, with how he tested, it felt too high. But there was certainly an outside linebacker, like second ledge, which started going off there, wasn't there? We just didn't think Hall would go that high, but then you just look at the way he tested, tested so good. And then rewatching the tape, what he brings, like Griff helped me realize that he is just basically the floor is you do not have to go and sign a 35-yard Bruce Irvin off the street after you've signed Darryl Johnson off the street just because they didn't trust Darryl Taylor to be able to set an edge. Like Derek Hall will set you an edge. Teach tape. Look at my Twitter. Some of the reps on there, just technique wise, are just perfect, and he's so strong and powerful. But yeah, Ojulari felt more Seahawky in the way he rushes, but then in his testing he wasn't. But they were the two guys, with the benefit of hindsight, they're the two guys because they're bigger, they have longer arms. Most of these dudes weren't over 250 pounds, and they didn't have over 34-inch long arms. Isn't Yasir Abdullah more of an outside linebacker? Seen him dropping and make an insane interception. Have I done a bad thing? Have I confused him? I said I always confuse him with Yaya Diaby because their names both begin with a Y and they both have A's. Yeah. Yasir Abdullah is the lighter one. Yep, that's wrong. Yeah, he's an outside linebacker. So that's an interesting option, right? Because he tested well. He's still out there. He had a high pressure percentage. Yeah. Definitely a kind of day 3 project guy. Sorry about that. Trade up for DeJuan Jones. Do it. Derek, love that. They visited with him, didn't they? And his fall is kind of crazy. And Abraham Lucas did go in the 3rd round, but Jones just talked up as a 1st round type of player. I really liked the stuff I saw from him. Like, I really liked it for a big guy. But just the fact that his weight kept going up, that's not good. Like, it's the pre-draft process. Let's take it seriously. And I think that's what teams are thinking. I think that's why he's fallen more than you expected. Jen, what? Okay, Jen, you're gonna have to break that out into me. How did Scott Abdullah is tiny. He's 237 pounds at the combine, so he's probably more playing like 230. And maybe he's a guy who you could train to play a bit of off ball inside as well. Probably not though. So Jen, I need that explained. Colorado's goal was overturned, and now it's 1-0 Kraken. So that's 2 separate things, right? Like they can't go and take the puck out the net and then put it in the other net. Like the Kraken have scored as well. That's cool. Everyone visited with Jones because they wanted to know what he's all about because his process was such a wreck. Yes, Scott, that's a way of phrasing it, but you're right. That's what it seems like. And you have to do due diligence on guys. Oh, the Cardinals took Michael Wilson. I really liked Michael Wilson. He was really good at the C role. He was tall. And he had release plans and he separated. Cool. Yes, thank you, Jen. Jen, what made the challenge successful? Why is it overturned? Did it just not go in? This is what I'm saying about hockey. I can't tell if it's gone in until people celebrate or the big buzzer goes or whatever. But yeah. So the Cardinals got Paris Johnson Jr., BJ Ojulari, Garrett Williams, and Michael Wilson. That's not the worst draft for a team that has managed to accumulate so many other assets from their behaviors. Offsides. Wow. Thank you, Matthews. Not just me, not me being a British idiot. I'm off for now. Thanks for taking the time to do a stream. I've enjoyed it. See you tomorrow. Go Hawks. Thank you, Misfit. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow. Hockey is in my blood. I'm Canadian, eh? You're right, Jen. Damn straight it is. I lose the puck every time it goes to the inside. Yeah. But I only really appreciate their skill on the replays most of the time because you can see what they've actually done. All right. Okay. Chat, I'm going to end it there. There's no way that Seattle... There's just no way that Seattle trades back in to the third round, is there? So, yeah. Thank you, everyone, for spending your time with me and Griff and Ty, briefly. We'll be back tomorrow. Maybe Griff, but I will be. Hopefully Griff. I'll at Griff and say, Griff, man, it would be so good. It'd be so good if you could join the podcast, lad. Like the video, please. Comment. Subscribe to the podcast. Just put it in your podcast app. Seattle Overload. Subscribe. Give it a 5-star review. Thank you, everyone, for choosing to spend the draft with me. And, yep, until tomorrow, where it's day 3, Seattle has 6 picks. They have a lot of picks. So, let's see how that goes. Going to be, maybe, hold me out here. Crazy thought. Maybe Seattle goes and picks an interior defensive lineman. Can you imagine? No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. It's not like they need one. Or 2. Or maybe 3. Right. See ya. Take care. Have a good evening. Enjoy the Kraken.